so problematic, you know?
And we just realized that we have had no mics whatsoever. The entire thing is we're tearing on chat. So we're going to do all that over again. Good morning, everyone. Ion Radio is on the air, this time with our mics, so thank you to chat. We were kind of half ignoring that. We got a little excited doing everything. So huge apologies here because I forgot to hit a button. That is 100% on me. So again, Ion Radio is on the air. Welcome to the Renaissance Hotel and Convention Center here in Schaumburg. This is the 2023 Star Wars Armada World Championships at AdeptiCon. I'm Ken. This is Adrian, who's the 5th member of our team. Garrett is going to be the courtside reporter. And we have John and Ryan, who are out playing in Worlds. So we've got a good group of people here. I think we've got about 70 tables worth of, or 70 players running around. Actually, let me see if I can get the exact number.
Actually, 82 players. Yep.
82 players along quite a few different things. Anyways, I'm going to do a quick check on chat. Adrian, do you mind going through
not at all.
some of what we just went through?
Yep.
We're going to transition back to the fleets. Again, apologies for that. It happens.
See, Ken, you're too nice to blame. You should just blame the new guy.
You know what? It's all Adrian's
fault. It's all my fault.
And, you know, he's distracting
I don't know
me,
what it was,
you know,
but I am. I'm distracting him with my witty banter.
All right,
here we go.
Take a look at the fleets.
Okay.
Let's start with Jesse's.
Yep. All right. So Jesse's fleet is a lot of people I think sleep on that Rebel Providence, and it's nice that it's new. It's a negate fleet with the Providence as the carrier. He's got 124 points in squads. Effective ball. You've got your classic Jan Ors, Luke Skywalker, 10 Num, Nora Wexley, the YT, B-wings, and a Y-wing for good measure. This is a bomber fleet, as you can tell. You know, you've got your GR-75 with Bomber Command Center and Bright Hope, which obviously adds some durability to that GR-75. Flight commanders on the Nebulon, and of course the Providence is just kitted out, as you can see, with not just the gate, but flight commanders. I mean, flight controllers. Interesting to note, and Ken, something that I don't know if you noticed before, but boarding engineers.
I did notice that with boarding engineers.
If you get too close to the carrier, that's just another thing to dissuade people from getting in on it. Because, I mean, obviously you've got the Nebulon, which can be, if you get around the side, a little fragile. But with the GR-75s, obviously if you want to gang up on them, okay, Bomber Command Center I could see would probably be a target. Bright Hope mitigates that a bit. But if you go for that carrier, the Providence, you got to think twice, because boarding engineers.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, again, you have Yavaris on that Neb B, so we might see some interesting heavy-duty forward firing. I'm kind of looking forward to what we could potentially do there in terms of the competitors. It's going to be fun. We now have chat on the window closest to us. We are dealing with 3 men today as opposed to the full set of 4 or 5. So hopefully we will go there. I'm far too nice to blame someone. Yes, Ghost of the Machine, I totally am far too nice to blame someone. Okay, we just got a word in on some of the nifty participation prizes here that Atomic Mass Games is giving out to the players contending in Worlds. So if folks are interested in that, listen in. We are still setting up. Here we'll go through fleets as we go, but big things here. Everyone's going to be getting the
foil cards.
The foil cards.
Yep.
For Rapid Reinforcements 1. Or that separate set, Rapid Reinforcements 1 cards. And they will also be getting a set of dice from AMG. It's the older stuff. Looks like we're selecting objectives also.
You know what, actually, Ken? Just a real quick addition to the prizes. AMG's been super awesome with prize support this year, even with the Last Chance tourney yesterday. Foil cards of the tarot size for ships, foil cards for squads, and the Rapid Reinforcements 1. So, I mean, they're really kind of knocking it out of the park with the prize support.
No, definitely. We've seen rulers, we've seen other cars, tokens.
All that stuff.
And I know some of the winners yesterday from Last Chance qualifier walked away with ships. Our winner, Colin, got a Super Star Destroyer.
Yeah, like I say, they're really doing some great stuff.
So it looks like we're still making decisions on what we're doing. I believe it looks like Eric is going to be player 2 here.
Yep, and he's going to be fielding a Starhawk list from the look of it, which looks to be a beefy and have a few squads as well. So this is going to be a squad battle. They did in the player announcements make some very specific comments about slow play. Not that we're going to see that from the level of competition that we're going to have today, but they wanted to, I think, to just reinforce that at this level, we don't want to have someone holding a squad for 5 minutes and kind of like delaying the inevitable. Squads can slow down play when you've got a lot of them on the table, so they wanted to be sure that everybody was conscious of that fact. They made the announcement yesterday. They made it again today, so like I say, I don't think at this level that we're going to have that problem, but it was interesting that they're noting it as an issue.
Yeah, and I think part of it is there are a number of squadron fleets. I know there's a Onager fleet that's running around here at Worlds Day 1. I will say this, if we have the similar level of sportsmanlike conduct that we get from the last chance qualifiers,
yep.
I think we're going to see a lot of players that are going to be cognizant of not wasting time. And we're also going to probably see players that are willing to do a little bit more give and take in a casual setting. Right. There was a lot of that in Last Chance, where people were allowing, I forgot to put an ignition token down, and they would allow it.
Yep.
I think we're going to see that a little bit today because we've got a wider field and more people are going to make the cut into day 2.
Yep.
When we get into our finals, though, and we start seeing what might happen in day 3, I think it's going to be very cutthroat.
I couldn't agree more. Our community is so good, and in general, are such nice people.
Mm-hmm.
I did see. I mean, there were, even though it's allowed in the rules, a lot of, hey, I'd like to hover my tool because there's a squad ball there, and everybody is good with it because they understand that they want to beat the best version of their opponent. That's how it should be. It's really nice to see that attitude and that atmosphere. It was present yesterday, and I think we're going to see that today. But I think you're right. Once it gets to be the weight of the moment a little more important, then I think we are going to see if something gets missed, maybe they won't allow the take-backs, so to speak.
I think you might be right. We have a laptop. You know what? We need to turn that power strip on.
Okay.
See, we're forgetting everything here today, folks. That doesn't really matter, though, because we don't need that one. Anyway, so let's take a look. I don't have a list up here for this fleet, but we can talk about Eric's fleet. So Eric has, it's another Kirste Gate fleet. This one is a Mark I Starhawk. Kirste Gate with Damage Control Officer, Whale Explicics, Boarding Troopers, one of our favorite cards here on Ion Radio and Command Stack, Point Defense Ion Cannons, Link Turbo Laser Towers, the Magnite Crystal Tractor Beam Array, and the Concord title. 2 GR75s, one with Ahsoka Tano and parts resupply, and another one with Adar Talon. 4 squadrons, Shara Bay, Dutch Vander, Gold Squadron, 3 YT-2400s, and 2 VCX 100s. So this is definitely going to prove to be a very interesting series that we have. Dice are getting pulled out. I'm seeing obstacles starting to come out. We are about ready to figure out what our objectives are. I'm good. And what's the objective, Garrett? Sensor? All right, we're verifying. We have SensorNet is the
objective. Eric's second player, Jesse's first.
The objective is SensorNet. So SensorNet, going through that. Let me actually bring this up on the screen so people can see that. So SensorNet. How is everyone doing? I guess I could say how is everyone doing here? Objectives, here we go, SensorNet. You guys find it. And shout out to Matt Chestnut for adding all of these cards for us here to watch and look at. He did a lot of work resizing cards so that we can use them on stream. He's part of Slicer.Tools, so thank you very much for that repository. So with SensorNet, the way this works, after placing obstacles, the players will alternate placing a total of 4 objective tokens in the setup area. Starting with the first player, each token must be placed in the setup area beyond distance 5 of both players' edges and beyond distance 3 of all other objective tokens. Special rule here is when you reveal a command dial, if it is at distance 1 of at least 1 objective token, its owner gains a victory token. Then the owner will choose one of those objective tokens. Opposing player must move that token. If you're the first player, you move at distance 1 to 2 of the current location. Second player, you move at distance 1 to 4 of the current player. So a lot of different things going on as we are playing today.
Affectionately known as the Farm Hawk list. Yeah, so we've seen those in the past. They can be really difficult to deal with. Yeah, it's. I mean, obviously those lists get the bid for a reason. We'll see how this bomber list matches up against the Farm Hawk. I typically run an Imperial bomber list, and I've wanted to face a Farm Hawk list to see how well it would fare, and I think it would have done pretty well. You're gonna give up, I'm guessing, the first 2 rounds. They're just going to get their points, right? And then you're going to see if you can chip into the Farm Hawk and take out the squads. I mean, if any squad ball can do it, it's a Rebel bomber list. Those are gross and effective. So
I completely agree here, and I am really looking forward to seeing what this matchup will bring as we move forward with the game. By the way, I'm just a quick shout out to everyone that has sent me a message on Discord, because we've got that up. That yes, we had no sound. Apologies again. We were just actually making sure that all of you guys at home were paying attention.
Yeah, wasn't that nice of us?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was great. Yeah.
So yeah, let me update the objective here to SensorNet so that everyone knows what's going on. This is one we don't see all that often, but again, when you're dealing with the Farm Hawk, you're going to see a little bit of that.
Yep. And typically those Farm Hawk objectives, there's 2 solid objectives that will farm the points, and then there's the one that's something like advanced gunnery. And when you see all of those objectives are bad, right? Because you don't want to give a Star Hawk advanced gunnery. Even if you bring this bomber list in advanced gunnery, you're as second player, you're going to flak twice on those squads, and they'll go away real quick, so you have to think twice. So you almost need to pick one of those farming objectives and then try to, get most of those rounds, the damage in, and just give them the first couple of point-gathering rounds. It's tough to deal with.
No, I agree. And that's... anytime you deal with the Farm Hawk, and I know that John brought one to Gen Con, that's how he won that. That's how he got his world qualifier. There was a few people asking that yesterday. It'll be interesting to see how everyone's different take on it is going to wind up being.
Yep.
Relent in chat is saying a good option with this is to pick the red one and run. That is exactly what I did at Gen Con when I faced him, because of course John and I drove 250 miles to Indianapolis just to play a game against each other, because that's how that works.
Yep. Now the one thing about that red objective and run, which is, I mean, you demonstrated that the first round of Gen Con against John. I think you had the highest MOV loss to John, right? Like the highest.
Yeah, so John,
the least
John
MOV
had
victory.
the smallest margin of victory against me.
Right.
Because all he wound up doing was taking out about 70 points of squadrons, and that was it.
And what was it, a 7-4?
It was a 7-4, and I was literally, he had one good dice roll that pushed it into the 7-4.
Yep.
It should have been a 6-5.
So
but such is life.
Thinking about that in this Worlds type situation, as we saw yesterday with Last Chance Qualifier, when you're looking at the point totals to move on, that's something you need to consider. I don't think that you're going to see a lot of that sit back and point out a 7-4, because we saw 32 as the point total that you needed to move on yesterday, 31 and 32. So you have to really do well with high margins of victory at this level of competition to move on. So while yes, normal victory, you could eke out a 6-5 and everybody's happy with that. But in this situation, I think that people are going to have their eye on the prize, and they may need to be a little more aggressive to get that, take a few chances, which is going to make it a little more exciting, I think, in the games.
Adrian, I think I'm going to agree with you here. You want to see some of that excitement, and if you have an opportunity to really score big, now again, with Last Chance, you got 4 rounds, and you were competing for 4 spots.
Yeah.
So the top 5 scorers at Last Chance from yesterday. Colin won at 33. Positions 2 and 3 were at 32, and 4th and 5th were tied at 31. So the top 4 wound up getting split up by margin of victory.
Yep.
And I think the highest margin of victory was Colin with 977.
Yeah.
But he did score 33 points over 4 rounds, but that was 4 very intense rounds.
Yes.
Here, we only need to get to the top 20. So I suspect if you are predominantly getting 6s and 7s, you've got a shot at being in there. You're going to need to have an 8 or 9 at somewhere in there, or get like 1 or 2 big wins, and then I think you'll be fine. But again, the key here being you don't want to ignore your opportunities. So if you have a chance to actually bug in and score something big, you're going to take it, I think.
Do you know the answer to this question? Because I don't, and I'm gonna maybe we might need to find the answer to this. But I believe I heard that each day the point totals reset. So maybe your thought, like you're not carrying any of those points into the following days. So I believe that your analysis might indeed be correct. Maybe they will play a little more conservatively if they can calculate they're going to get the top 20.
Right.
And then as you move into the later rounds, you might see that aggression. So that's a good point.
No, I agree. I think we're going to see that because you've got 80 some odd players. I think we said 78 was, I forget the sum total. But in either case, you got all these players that are coming together doing what they're doing. You're going to want to get to the top 20. Now tomorrow when you're top 20 going to top 8, you're now cutting yourselves down to less than half. And that's going to be a very competitive field of 20. Yep. And I think that's going to be very matchup dependent upon how that works. Then you get into day 3, and you're going to have 8 players on 4 tables, and we're hoping that we'll see more than 4 fleets, because it'll only be 3 rounds.
Yes.
But it's possible that we will see 5 or 6 fleets. So there's no way we're going to be able to see all 8, unfortunately, on day 3.
Right.
But it's going to be interesting to see what does come up. Now, one other note I am going to put out: of the people from day 3 also resets. Of the top 4 people that came from Last Chance qualifier into Worlds, there is a new prize, the 0 to Hero prize.
That's right.
And the hope here is whoever makes it the furthest of the people that came in Last Chance into Worlds will get some kind of nifty prize. We don't know what it is. But Derek Schultz has been making a comment about it.
I think I might have a little bit of insight. I was at that ceremony yesterday. I believe it is like a medallion, like an actual medallion.
Another medallion.
As they awarded to Han and Luke at the end of New Hope. Hopefully there will be a Wookiee to signal the turn of all of the troops. But I think it is that type of trophy, a medal to wear.
So I wonder, Adrian, if there's not a Wookiee, does that mean you or I have to do a Wookiee call when they get the medal?
Man, you know what? If we just continue to let the beards grow, we might be able to pass. You're too good looking to be a Wookiee, Ken.
Oh, well, thank you,
I might
Adrian.
be able to be in the running.
Well, no, but you're just taller than me. That's really.
Well, it's the shoes.
Okay, the shoes. Yeah. I got to start wearing some elevator platform shoes.
There you go.
So then I can be more than my 5'6.5" inches.
They made the costume in the 70s, so those platform shoes would work.
You know what? They might.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Chewie was really 5'2", but he was wearing those platform shoes.
Yeah, I think what the popular misconception is people don't realize that Peter Mayhew was actually R2-D2 and Kenny Baker was Chewbacca.
Exactly. Exactly. It was the biggest misdirect for privacy. All right. So looks like they're still setting up. And deploying, obviously deploying those GRs first on the side of the Starhawk, deploying the squads and the GRs on the side of the bomber fleet. Obviously the big ships have yet to go down, but you can already see the token setup optimizing the farmalicious nature of the Starhawk list. So we shall see.
Answering the question here in the chat, yes, there is a place to see all the pairings and standings. I'm sending the link here. It's on T4, and that is probably the best way to look at what we have.
Hey, thanks so much for the comment about the Dooku energy. You know, I actually, it just a stupid side note while we're waiting. I actually did paint my fleet. I usually fly Imperials, and I painted my fleet a black and gray theme with some red highlights, a la the Sith colors, just so I could differentiate when I'm playing another Imperial player my ships from theirs. So I am totally down with that Sith energy. You can refer to me as the local Sith Lord. I am down with that. Love it. Thank you so much. And I mean, Christopher Lee, right?
Yeah.
Love it.
I mean, talk about a very extensive career of different movies that he was in. Everything from Dracula to Star Wars.
Yep.
And then take that a step further. I didn't realize how many different languages he spoke.
Apparently, Ian Fleming based James Bond in part on Christopher Lee's character. Yeah, you know, when he was doing Lord of the Rings, he was up at the top, and Peter Jackson was telling him the sound he should make when being stabbed, and Christopher Lee made some comment about, no, I know what it sounds like when someone is stabbed from behind with a knife, and you know, this is what it sounds like, and so he did it for the movie. Pretty awesome, dude. Anyway.
All right, the Starhawk has been put down on the table, and there's the Providence on the opposing side.
Yep. And you know what? It's that classic offset. I'm wondering. I mean, there is no good arc to address a Starhawk, so I'm just wondering if maybe he's just gonna. I don't think the Starhawk's gonna move a lot, to be honest. I think that it's gonna say, "Come at me, bro." You can see it. There are a lot of obstacles in the way. You know, the Providence is going to probably just do its best to push the squads and plink from a distance if it can. But we'll see. I mean, maybe if he can get, I don't know, if he can get Yavaris around the side, just to throw some crits out at the stress some tokens maybe on the GRs, and the squads can maybe throw some. I don't know. We'll see, I guess.
I'm personally curious to see what happens with all the different tokens, because I think there's going to be, well, first of all, with SensorNet, these objective tokens are going to be moving everywhere. And I think the other thing we're going to probably see, I think you're right. I think Yavaris is going to jump up with some speed, try and circle around, try and flank the Starhawk, maybe burn through one or two of the GR75s if it can. But those squads are going to definitely be a problem.
Yeah. Agreed.
So we've got notes from the field.
All right.
So this is Jesse's side.
Okay.
We actually know what all the speeds of the ships
awesome.
are. So definitely shout out to Garrett for getting us all the information that we have.
Nice. So it looks like Torin Far has been deployed at speed 2. Okay, that's about right. Looks like the Providence is at speed 1. Interesting. We've got Bright Hope at speed 2. And then the Neb's going speed 3. That's Yavaris at speed 3.
And now it's also worth noting, look, this is the top of your screen is Jesse's side, and we just gave the speeds from right to left.
Correct. And so I think these speeds might support our theory before of Yavaris trying to make a little loop-de-loo around and get some pain put on the Starhawk or one of the, but we'll see.
Oh, we got the official handshake here, and we are now going with the beginning of the game. We'll get you the speeds for the other fleet here. So that's Eric.
Yep. It looks like there is, let's see, the Starhawk is at speed 1 as we predicted. We've got Adar Talon is speed 2, and we've got the Ahsoka GR at speed 2 also. So
now
a little conservative.
Very much so. But again, this is the first game of the day, and I think what everyone wants to do is they want to try and get themselves in a position where they're able to pretty much see what they don't want to. You don't want to lose in this first round. If you do, you want to get a 5. So it's going to be a lot of posturing, positioning, and everything else to make sure that everyone understands where they have. Yes, Ahsoka's the one on the left-hand side.
Yep.
So we got our first series of movements here. Actually, let's go back to the overhead view just so that we can see where everything's being positioned.
Okay. So the Neb V just revealed a nav. Again, supports what we've been saying all along. Gonna maneuver around. This is a game of, as everybody knows, objectives and maneuvering.
Yep.
And not so much attrition. So that's definitely looks like the Neb-B is going to come on in to do some business.
So we have activated squadrons here with the GR75 that looks like Ahsoka's, and we are moving ourselves into sensor net here.
Yep.
You know, I'm going to agree with you here, Relent. If you do get a big win early with the Farm Hawk, that puts it into a good spot. However, if you put a Farm Hawk at the top, let's say you get some anti-Farm Hawk builds, we might be looking at some serious changes where you're going to see that Farm Hawk list get pulverized by something. Maybe, I don't know, I'm just throwing it out. We'll find out as the day develops. Or it could be the exact thing that you're thinking, where you're going to get a Farm Hawk with 40 points.
Well, as we know, the folks that are competing at this level really keep an eye on the meta, and at Gen Con there were some Farm Hawk lists. So I think that we're going to see some lists made specifically to counter those lists. So you're right. I think that as we get further into the tournament, that people have taken into consideration the Farm Hawk, and yeah. So it looks like Adar just commanded some squads there.
Yeah, we're already moving that
up.
sensor token. Well, there's going to be a lot of victory tokens in this game.
That's right.
I do not think we are going to be able to keep tabs on them from here in the booth.
That GR looks a little close to that Starhawk. I don't know if he's going to want to do that. We'll see.
We're gonna.
It's a small base, but man, that looks pretty close.
I will say this is probably the more interesting part of what we do. We can actually see this at a different angle from everyone else.
Yep.
We do have 3 different camera views on the table. We will be switching between them as the game goes on.
Yep.
And of course, we've got the dice tray so we can see all the rolls that are also occurring. But yes, definitely this is close. Look at that. That's not bad.
That is really close. Yep.
There is definitely some quality flying here.
Yep. Yes, indeed.
Shout out to my wife Sheila. Thank you very much for allowing me to be here at AdeptiCon for 4 straight days, geeking out more or less here at the Armada tables. And then hello to Daniel. I'm sure you are telling all your friends about me. And then of course shout out to all of our families for supporting the entire Ion Radio crew here. And all of our friends and everyone else that's shouted us out. Really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So that is a good question. I saw that come up in the chat. So if I'm Dooku, who are you, Ken? Would you be considered Obi-Wan?
I mean, see, now that's an interesting contrast.
You've got the epic beard.
Hello there.
Mustache for it.
I don't know if I could quite qualify as Obi-Wan. I might be a young Anakin. Maybe I'm a little whiny.
There you go.
Probably not.
There you go. Nice.
That's a good question. You know what? I'm going to be.
Both my hands.
You do have both your hands.
That's right. If you cut off my hands later, then I know you're Anakin.
Well, I have to wait at least until the end of day 3, Adrian.
Thank you. Yeah, because I need to drink my coffee with at least one hand.
Yes.
Because otherwise I will be
Round
hurting.
1 is definitely brought to you by coffee.
Yes, it is. Yes. Our blood type is caffeine.
We're kind of going through our first round. This is going to probably be another strategic game.
Yep. You know, you can definitely tell that
Ken is Babu Frick.
Hey! Awesome.
Shout out to everyone in chat. You guys make my day. Thank you very much. Someone in, I think it was yesterday's chat, put on that all the, quote, Ionites are happy to be there. You know what, Molly Flop, you are 100% correct. I definitely want to be Thrawn. I am totally Director Krennic.
Nice. Nice.
Actually, I had that conversation with a friend of mine.
I don't know if you can be Krennic. We all know your red dice are not that helpful to you when we play, but
no, it's when they're up against me, though, and I get shot down by
yes.
Death Star laser.
Yes.
You know, I like to pretend that I'm Grand Moff Tarkin.
There you go. All right. Torn Far adding a little power to the Providence here. It's a really you can tell that the Farm Hawk has done these moves a few times.
Yeah.
Because that doesn't seem to be a real traditional GR75 angle. You would think they would run into each other a lot, but clearly there's method to the madness. Looks like maybe even for obstructions.
So we're already at 2 victory tokens here for Eric.
Yep.
Again, our players are Eric and Jesse. Jesse is also known as Cylindrical Bobcat.
Right.
Let's talk a little bit about our players, actually, while we're still in round 1. You know what? Yes, Krajniak totally 100% did have all the structural failures.
That's
and
a good
you know
point.
what? Bob Ross, 100% Maxwell. I'm definitely Bob Ross, and I do have some more Bob Ross videos coming out sometime later, but we're going to save that for another stream. Shout out James Blackburn. Thank you so much for the support. We've got quite a bit going on here, and we appreciate everything you've done with us here and all the support you've given us here at Ion Radio. Back to our players. So Eric from Ontario, Canada.
Yep.
Qualified at the St. Lawrence Open in Montreal.
Nice.
This is a new fleet for him to play with the Starhawk. Loves the game, loves the community. We're glad to have him here on day 1.
And he seems to be doing a great job with it. I mean, when you see a fleet, it's no shame to love a fleet and try to fly it yourself, and maybe put your spin on it. He's clearly practiced with it. He's maneuvering that big base around that GR. He moved to speed 2, it looks like, and is kind of kicking out a little bit, throwing that side arc in the direction of all of the baddies incoming, or I guess good guys. Good guys incoming on the good guys? Sure.
I guess it kind of depends, because you're right. It's good guys and good guys. Maybe this is just some field operations.
There you go.
Preparing. They're doing war games.
That's right.
I think.
This is an exercise. Only an exercise.
Or one of these has really secretly been taken over by Saw Gerrera.
Yeah.
And it's really just they're trying to subdue his rebellious nature.
All right. I did see a comment in the chat earlier mentioning that the Providence really does need to come in and help support. I think that is right. If you're going to take down the Starhawk, that Providence's firepower is going to be key, and it looks like he's kicking his speed up, which is good. Yeah, trying to get into the fight a little bit. From the looks of this, will it be fast enough to prevent all the tokens and all the points from occurring? I don't know. Oh, maybe he didn't kick up his speed. Oh, he's just using his speed 2
using the speed 2 rule.
All right, so it's still 1. All right.
Mirror universe, but which a guy is Oregot has the goat. We're gonna stay in the Star Wars universe for the moment.
There you go.
I'm gonna stay in the Star Wars universe for the moment. Let's talk a little bit here about Jesse, Cylindrical Bobcat. He is hailing from Oregon, and he qualified in 2019.
Mm-hmm.
Is that Bremerton, I believe?
Yes. Yep.
And this is a new iteration of his pre-existing 2019 fleet. Engine teching here with the Providence.
So that's why they did that. There it is. There it is.
So now that is one thing you can do with engine techs. You can put down your maneuver tool and go a little bit longer to decide, do I want to engine tech or not?
That's right.
And get some better ideas in terms of what you're doing.
And I believe he's fighter coordination team bringing those along, so that's great.
Yeah. And worth noting that Jesse also says it's very important, never pet a burning dog.
That is good advice.
It is very good advice.
Those Oregonians are very, very practical.
Again, we're going to do a little shout out to Derek Schultz and the rest of the TOs here for Armada. They've been doing an outstanding job, and we just want to make sure that they hear that from us here on stream. This tournament could not happen without them.
Absolutely. You can tell just from Derek and his crew walking around the passion they have for the game. It really, I think it just fuels the good job that they do.
So we got a squadron commander. We're going to move a couple more squadrons. Or we're in the squadron phase. I'm sorry, I misspoke. I have not finished my first cup of coffee yet.
Yeah, very, very necessary. Well, you talked all day yesterday, so
for most of it,
yeah.
I did not get to be in the final round. John and Garrett actually did the entire thing, and hats off to them, because this is when dealing with just 2 people, it's a typical job. Mm-hmm. We've got 3 folks here today, and we're going to be swapping us around just a little bit in terms of who is doing what, giving everyone an opportunity to stand up, sit down, and everything else.
Yep. All right. So yeah, definitely.
We will go through the lists again. We're going to give it a little bit of time. Probably do it in round 3 as I have opportunities. But we will talk about the ships again.
Yep. All right. And as we have seen
More
for Farm Hawk lists in the past, not a lot of dice thrown in the first couple rounds. They're just kind of getting in place, and then I think we're going to see the flurry of activity right around turn 4.
I think you're probably right, because you're looking at this Rebel fleet on the bottom. So the Starhawk fleet is really moving away, and then the
other Rebel fleet
is trying to come right into that side, get behind, and wreak some havoc.
Yep, that's for sure.
But clearly, we're farming some tokens.
Definitely, they're farming tokens. I mean, that is it. It's like, you've got the. It's like an episode of Crocodile Hunter. You've got the farm hawk there, and it's like, crikey, you got the farm hawk fleet, Star Hawk out farming tokens, rooting around looking for the. Did he find the tokens? He's finding the tokens. He's finding the tokens.
Danger!
I don't want to get too close to a Star Hawk who's feeding on tokens. The Australian players can feel free to just lambaste me for my very poor accent. But
well, hopefully everyone on stream that is listening to us is definitely getting a good laugh. We want to make sure that we rotate out some of our talent here, just to give everyone not only an opportunity to sit down and talk to you guys, but to make sure that you get different viewpoints on everything. And we'll get to the more specific play-by-play as we get into more of the action here. I'm hoping we're going to get some dice rolls. I think we will, but I suspect you're right. Probably around turn 4.
Yep. Definitely some measuring going on. Very precise way that they are flying these fleets. Clear that both of them have practiced a lot. Awesome. I love it in the chat. All right. Maybe I'll forego the Australian, but that's okay.
Yours is probably better than mine, but that's neither here nor there.
I think the bar's pretty low on both of our Australian, right?
I think you might be right, that's but hey, you never know. We're still moving some squadrons here in turn 1. So you know what? I think we will take this opportunity to quickly go over the fleet lists once again.
All right.
So this is going to be, I believe, Eric's list.
I do like that he titles this fleet the Hateful Farmer.
Yes.
It pretty standard, and of course, big bid. I don't think we actually talked about that.
No, we did not.
20-point bid on this. This fleet obviously wants to for sure go last. Second.
Go second.
I did talk with one of the players earlier, and he said that he was flying an interdictor list, and I won't say which one yet, but 21-point bid. So there are a couple really big bids out there that just must go second. The Agate Damage Control Officer, Blissex, of course, is just, with Agate, that's just, I'm going to get my tokens. Thank you very much. Boarding Troopers is on the Starhawk as well, so don't want to get too close to it. PDIC, probably, in my opinion, one of the most powerful cards in the game for the cost.
Oh, for 4 points, that's a no-brainer.
No-brainer. It works on everything close. Link Turbo Laser Towers for a little bit of dice control, and the Tractor Beam Array. I don't want you coming after me. Or maybe I want to draw you real close for that kill shot if necessary. And the Concord title. And then Adar Talon on one of the GRs. Ahsoka Tano on the other GR with parts resupply. And then the squad ball. Shara Bay, just awesome. Dutch Vander, Gold Squadron, 3 YTs for all of the tankiness and token farming. And VCX, or the VCX, and then the YT-24 for the rogue ability.
We are now moving into round 2 there, setting their dials, getting everything set for the next bunch of, the next turn.
That's right.
So let's go through Jesse's fleet once again for the folks at home.
Okay. Providence, as we said before, like I say, a lot of people I think sleep on the Rebel Providence. Super, super great ship, especially with all the upgrades available to it with a gate. Ray Antilles, got that token thing. Flight Commander, boarding engineers, don't want to get close to that thing again. Flight controllers, expanded hangar bay. Fighter coordination team and engine techs. That's the I'm going to get all my fighters in as quick as possible and give them some extra firepower. Nebulon B with Yavaris and Flight Commander. The GR-75 with Wedge. Antilles is the officer. Unusual to see, right? As the officer rather than the squad. With Bomber Command Center and Bright Hope, make that a little tankier Bomber Command Center option. And then, of course, Torin Farr, absolute must-have. And then his squad ball of Jan Ors, the Brace Queen, Luke Skywalker, Ten Num, Nora Wexley, a YT-1300, 2 B-Wings, and a Y-Wing squadron. So those B-Wings definitely benefiting from that fighter coordination team. Yep, that is the opposing fleet. So
I'm gonna.
Yep. Looks like we're getting some tokens up on the squad, so everybody's going to be pushing some squads later on. Just looks like they're just prepping themselves to push the maximum number of squads in later rounds.
So I am going to bring up on the screen Wedge Antilles' card, just so that we can go over that. So keep in mind that before the end of the squadron, this is Wedge Antilles' officer's phrase. Before the end of the squadron phase, you can spend 1 squadron token to choose up to 3 friendly non-unique squadrons without strategic at distance 1 to 5. Those squadrons gain cloak until the end of the round. So one of the interesting things that we have there is that you've got the opportunity to move a couple more squadrons moving around.
Yep.
During that squadron phase.
Well, the B-Wings when you move, right? I mean, they're so slow. But with those fighter coordination teams, that's how you really make them much more effective. If you get them on target, they are just hell to deal with. But yeah, really good with the fighter coordination teams. That's how you get them in there. They're getting closer. You can sense the impending doom as these fleets are moving, just edging closer. All right. Yep. So it looks like Adar Talon's throwing some VCX action in there.
Playing around with these tokens. Looks like we got 3 tokens right now on the Rebel side, on Eric's side.
Yep. Yeah, those generic B-Wings, they are really good. I mean, they're really good if you can get them on target,
Navigate command now being spent here on that far ship. We're going to go back to the overhead. I think overhead might be the best view here.
For right now, especially, and look at that. I think, I'm trying to see here, that is, I believe that is that Yavaris?
No, Yavaris is
all down
further
there.
down.
Okay.
This is going to be the Bright Hope.
Bright Hope moving in? Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
That is some pretty nice formation flying that Jesse's doing here.
Yep. Everybody's up to speed 3. Yep, on there. It's coming around the side. They're definitely the flanking maneuver. It's going to give him some interesting choices later.
Taking a look now, we're sensor netting these tokens. So 4 tokens now on Eric's side.
Yep.
Garrett, do we have any tokens on the opposing side? So 4 tokens to 0.
Yep.
And in case people are wondering, sensor net tokens are worth 15 points each.
Those add up quick. Those add up very, very quickly. And that, man, it's tough. I think in the chat they're asking for more impressions. Maybe that's my lot in life. my knowledge of Armada is limited, but my impressions, that's that's what will really add to the whole thing. I'll give it the best. Should I try to put a little bass in my voice? I'll channel my inner Barry White.
Go for it.
Yeah.
Parts resupply is being used. We're passing out a couple engineering tokens to a couple of our ships here.
I'll have to come up with a good Dooku line and give an impression here in a minute. Actually, I'd like to make it appropriate to what we're watching for the game. So,
you know what we need here is a Dooku versus Yularen.
There you go.
Battle.
There you go.
Because if you get if Admiral Yularen somehow gets onto the stream table,
yep,
we all know that that would be a fun fight. We'll see ARC 170s, and then Dooku's going to be throwing out the raid for the squadrons.
Yes. All right. You know, that is a good alternate strategy that actually someone just suggested in the chat there for if I could read that because of my poor eyesight. Let me see who that is. Corsec9. Yeah, I wonder. The comment is you can all see those of you in the chat. He's not picking them up, so Eric can't pull them in and start collecting those tokens too. Yeah, that's also a viable strategy. You know, there are a couple different ways you can go with that, and I think that might be a good point here.
Yeah, because you know what, even if you can pick up 2 or 3 victory tokens.
Okay.
So that GR75 dropped down to speed 1.
Yep.
I think we're trying to avoid ramming into the Providence.
Sure.
And you want to keep your distance away from that fighter ball that's coming up.
Yep. Absolutely. All right. Looks like So it looks like fifth token on the Starhawk. This is a 75. This is a small ship already.
Yeah.
You know, and we're just into it. So I mean, you can see that this list is difficult to deal with, especially in these initial rounds. I'm wondering if getting those bombers in on this list a little bit sooner somehow is the way to go. Although that Starhawk is turning in, that would be a very aggressive turn. There's got to be a method to his madness. That's kind of like limiting that GRs.
There.
Yeah.
Look at that. That is pointing right at
the Starhawk.
The Providence.
Yeah. So the Starhawk turning in. Yeah. Thank you.
I think we might be looking at a fight here. Now, I do also wonder if part of that is because he wants to keep that token and not move it around. By the same token, he gets one more token. You can start moving that further away.
That's true. That's true. But and if that okay. So the Providence is moving some squads now. I don't believe the Providence will turn into the front of that Starhawk. No, and he's not. He's making the other way because that would just be horrible. I mean, that Providence is kind of easy to double arc with, but I don't know if you want to do that on the Starhawk at this particular juncture.
Well, you know, attacking a Starhawk isn't exactly my idea of courage, Adrian. It's more like suicide.
That's right.
So. Really, Armada, in this case, it's just a sheer amount of strategy in terms of how we're looking at dealing with some of these tokens, how we want to more appropriately position our ships to prohibit the opponent from gaining things unnecessarily. Because we're already at 75 points on Eric's side here.
All right, so I'm eyeballing that, but that looks like that's going to be within long range. I'm guessing, but that's a double arc on the Providence there. Starhawk is. I don't know what that will do so much, but it certainly looks long range-ish to me.
Pretty close. My view here is not too different from what you guys are seeing on the screen.
Yep.
And again, shout out to you guys in chat. You're definitely making my day and giving me and Adrian a couple laughs.
That's
We've
awesome.
already had to mute our microphones once or twice here intentionally.
Yep.
Let's see what fun action we have here.
Right.
We'd like to get you some more views of the ships as opposed to people's hats.
There's that.
If you go into the T4 tournament system, there's a link further up in the chat. And I know it's posted in a couple of the different Armada Discords. You will be able to see, yeah, that does look like we are just in or maybe just out. I think we're just in. We're making some decisions on how we want to move.
I think engine tech, engine tech around, kind of correct that turn. But that will definitely be in a double arc when he moves forward.
Yeah, marking the squadrons.
Yep.
Paying attention here very carefully to how this game is developing.
Yep. I think very soon here we're going to start to make use of that dice tray
you're right.
overhead.
This is one of the few games where we haven't had the dice tray pop up right away.
Yep.
But then we've had a Super Star Destroyer involved in, I think, 2 of my matches. So now because we've moved, we're going to take advantage of fighter coordination team and get some of those squadrons up and around. I think we're now, he might actually
just
be
start
trying
getting
to
an engagement. Yep. Oh, that's awesome. All right. More careful measuring. Bringing those fighters along. So, yeah, that's for those of you who can see from the top, that's the B-wing ball with Jan Ors coming in hot.
Worth noting also, Ramus and Tilly's pulling up some squad tokens here.
Yep.
Try the other side.
Yep.
A little bit better.
A little better angle, see what they're measuring.
If you guys are here at Worlds, please stop on by, wave at us in the booth. Between rounds, we'll have a few moments to talk.
Okay, so the B-wings.
We actually are gonna.
Yeah, we're gonna roll some dice here.
Some damage rolls here. We're attacking B-wings with the VCX.
Here's the roll.
First a shot of the day.
Okay. All right.
There is a die hidden there.
There is. Yep. Okay. Oh, and then it looks like I'm wondering if that was 10 numb because I think they're talking splash damage.
Yeah, I think you are right.
Yep. That's great for 10 numb. Yep. Yep. So for those of you who are unfamiliar, or those who are familiar, as a reminder, while attacking a squadron with 10 numb, you may spend 1 blue die with a crit icon, and if you do, each other enemy squadron at distance 1 of the defender suffers a damage. So that splash effect is really effective. 10 numb is really great. He can get in there. He's gross. Okay. Now we got the YT 1300 attacking Dutch here. Here's the roll.
Got a hit and dual accuracies.
Okay, that's well, he's going to take that hit.
Definitely.
No tokens on that. All right.
And we're seeing the wobbling light there. That is a critical component to the successful view of our dice tray.
Definitely. For those of you who are sensitive to strobe effects, there will be none on this podcast. And now B-wing throwing at Dutch. Looks like they're ganging up on the ace.
Looks like a crit and a hit, so it's going to be 1 more.
Yep.
Fighter combat definitely coming in play. We haven't had any ship-to-ship combat yet.
Not yet. Not yet. is going to come. But yeah, the squads are going to duke it out first. Dooku it out first. That's going to be my new thing.
You heard it here first, folks.
Yes, yes. Nice. All right. Some careful measuring. Additionally, I think they're looking to see see how much can go in. Yep, going after Dutch again,
up,
ganging up on Dutch.
Hit, crit, accuracy, so another one.
Okay. Yep. Well, I mean, Rebel squads are pretty tanky. They can take a licking and keep on ticking, as they say. But okay, so Dutch is on 2 health now. So he's taken that barrage and he's hanging in tough. I think if they continue to concentrate fire on those wounded targets, I mean that's obviously the way to go, right? I mean, you get someone on the ropes and you just keep going, get those points.
So I believe it's one question came up here in the chat about the dice that you roll, and I think it's worth noting that at one shot where, yes, 10 numbers, 2 blues and a black, correct?
Correct.
And we're shooting through an obstacle, and we've got flight controllers. So that gets you the extra blue die, so he decided to drop the black one. I think we're hunting for accuracies because you want to get the, so that's the reasoning for that shot.
That's right. You know, the black dice are the most consistent on damage, obviously, but when you're dealing with aces, you got to try to get those accuracies to make the damage stick.
And it looks like chat brought that up as well, so, you know, hey, thank you very much for answering the questions here. Eric's sitting here making some decisions on what he wants to go and do.
Yep. Well, he's got to be careful here and not get too much locked up. Yeah, that's always the tough part with the squad game, right? When you want to have some flexibility, and they've got a few squads in reserve up there, so.
Oh, we got the special dice. Looks like 3 hits. Against Jan Ors. I'm assuming that was braced down to 2.
I'm guessing it has to be. Yeah, I mean that is Jan Ors. That is her function. That is
1-shot return.
Yep.
Yes, Dutch is double brace.
Yep.
More shots here. That's looks like 4 hits.
Yeah, that's some good squad rolling.
Yeah, that looks like a double accuracy.
Yep, that's unfortunate. But man, they've been spending time at the range. That is the most accurate squad shot of the day. I mean, it'll really put some fear into your opponent when that is on target.
Most definitely.
Yep.
Actually, I think what we're going to do here.
All right. More measuring.
We're going to move that dice tray out of the way for you guys. You can see more of the action.
Ah, nice. Yep, see, here we go. Here comes some more squads coming into the fray, I think. I think we're going to see Jesse move in as much as he can get.
Well, let's remember that only Imperial stormtroopers can be that precise.
That is correct. That is correct. Don't see many Jawa pilots out there, but Yes, I can confirm. Maxwell Silver says, I believe one of the Aussie players is Mars from Fly Casual Channel. He did stop by earlier, and we introduced him to a Chicago classic, Malort, because after having a brief drink of that, everything for the rest of the day is better. But yeah, super, super great guy. And you know what? I mean, to brave the 13-hour flight from Australia to LA and then the 5-hour flight into O'Hare, that's some dedication, and that is some, like, I mean, that's some next level commitment.
No, most definitely. Hats off to everyone that came to Chicago throughout the world. Talk about the amount of, there's so many different people from here. We've got people from Germany, from Poland, Australia. I know there's a few people from Spain that are out here. But 2400 is going after the generic B-wing here.
Return fire.
So Eric shot.
Oh, shout out to Brian West really quick on the chat with the comparison of Malort to gasoline. He's not wrong. It's like grapefruit and gasoline. It is really that. Yeah, so we're getting some return fire here. But yeah, Ken, what you were saying about just the crowd, as I'm looking over the field from our vantage point here in the booth, I'm seeing jerseys from my peeps, the Polish contingent. We've got France, the German contingent. We've got the Australian contingent. Just, it's so awesome. Everybody is amazing. It just the atmosphere here is just off the hook.
Picking up another sensor net token, moving that around, and actually we're leveraging, it looks like strategic to move it out of the way, get it back into play for Eric here.
Yep, definitely the precise token movement.
And it looks like we're planning a couple more squadrons here, kind of really debating how next, how best to proceed.
I can tell you just from our vantage point here, the looks on the players' faces is pretty intense concentration. There's definitely, I mean, if the gerbils are running on the gears of their brain, I think they are running into overdrive. It's all about the calculation for minimizing the damage and maximizing the points, and they're in a scrum right now that's never fun.
Definitely shout out in the chat. Adam, thank you so much for helping out the channel. We agree. We want to see what happens with the Providence here. Maybe we can do something against the Starhawk. Vice versa, I would like to see it fire both ways.
Yep.
Another shot going up against that B-wing. There's another hit. Now, in terms of seeing some structural damage cards, what I can tell you is yesterday's streams, every Star Destroyer, Imperial Star Destroyer that was on the stream, received a structural damage card. So we will probably see a few more of those. And of course, we know if I was playing, that would happen. Shara Bay just got moved there.
Yep. Shara Bay, there's really no good way to address her other than maybe lock her down and don't shoot her. If you can get an ace in there to try to help with that, but everybody is so close together here, I think that would be very difficult.
You're kind of in a position with Shara. What you really need is you need to hit her hard with a bunch of blue dice and hope you can get those accuracies just to eliminate some of her token play and damage mitigation. But the flip side to that is look at what Shara does when you go and attack her with that counter, right?
Yeah.
So it's a near impossible thing. And I don't want to say it's near impossible, but the real kicker here is your counter 3. And the counters, you get the
75% chance each die that you're going to get a damage through. It's nothing that you want to give your opponent the free return on. It's just the chances are you're going to take 2 damage, just auto.
And that's just the unfortunate reality.
Mm-hmm.
Now, as we move through the day, we will give you guys some updates on how John and Ryan are doing. And then we will also tell you other things on the rest of the tournament standings, etc. We'll keep everyone up to loop, or up to date, and in the loop.
In the loop, yes. Yeah. Speaking of loop, those I think we're going to start round 3. So I'm really interested to see. I know I'm guessing Bright Hope is going to use the Providence for a little bit of cover, but I'm interested to see what Yavaris is going to do way out on the wing like that, moving speed 3.
Here's a beauty shot here of Yavaris closest to the camera.
Yep.
Setting our dials here for round 3. So we're moving right along here. That is one way to get rid of Shara. Engage Shara with Shara, and then...
Actually, a great point. That is correct. There was a message in the chat asking about if one of the IG titles ignores counter, and that is correct. Both the IG88 aces are really amazing, and it's I believe it's the first one that ignores counter. Yeah, it ignores escort and counter. The first IG88, not the IG88B. But yes.
So starting out, turn 3, Providence has a squadron command. We're going to do our first thing with flacking out the front.
Here we go. All right, on to Dutch.
That Dutch blank.
Oh. Okay.
1 damage
BCX
on the BCX.
One. Yep.
1 on
Gold.
Gold Squadron.
Yep. Yeah, looking to see if we're still close on someone else there. Checking that arc line. I think trying to see if it's doubled.
I think you're right.
Laser line comes out. Okay, so roll on the YT2400.
Decision against that.
Yep.
They've got it. 2 dice, 1 hit.
1 hit. All right. Whittling away. Okay.
Now going out the side, hitting more
Here
squadrons.
We go.
There's
pretty
2
good.
hits there.
Yep, that would have been great against the ship.
And another 2.
Ooh.
The side flag
All right,
here. The
flag
gunners
is
here
coming
are a
alive.
little bit more trained.
That's correct. Well, the side arcs are the better ones.
Still not doing the ship to ship here.
Nope. But you know what? I think at this particular juncture, getting these squads out of the way and softening them up for your squad attacks is important. A little bit of flat goes a long way when you've got this kind of a squad ball to come in and clean up.
And again, looking around at everyone, we've got a couple people staring around at the Armada table.
Yep.
Paying attention to top table action. We're going to see more of that as the day goes on. I know for our last match that we streamed yesterday, there was probably about 15 people standing around because we knew whoever was going to win that game was going to take the prize and actually win the thing.
Yep.
We are only streaming this game. As much as we would love to stream 3 or 4, the level of tables and the amount of room between them doesn't give us an opportunity to put our streaming here.
Yep.
We'll post a few pictures. There's a couple in Discord, Facebook, and on our Instagram page. Shows you how big our setup is. And we pretty much need about a 14-foot by 10-foot area per table to do what we do. I'm going to also let everyone know there is going to be some movement here with the walls they've just started. These are giant 40-foot tall walls that are heavily constructed metal and everything else. So if you hear a little bit of weird noise on the side, that is what it is.
Yep. They are just opening up the vendor hall here at AdeptiCon, so a little bit noisy.
This is not the only game of the championships that will be streamed. We are going to, I think we've hit this one and 10 more to go.
That's right. We're going to be here for the duration. Where this is just day 1 of Worlds. It's going to be a whole full day of progressive fights tomorrow, and then the final round on Sunday. And Ion Radio is going to be there for the duration to give you the updates on who's going to take the ultimate final prize for this Worlds.
We might put a poll up on the community page later on where you guys can start suggesting how many games or what day I am going to start losing my voice.
that'll be a pool. We can make squares. Yeah, you can buy in for $1. It'll be like the Office pool.
And hello to everyone that is reaching out on chat. How is that? So, good question. How is it not going to run off the side? I'm going to take off the information bar. There's still a lot of room here for the Providence to move. Might be able to do a little bit of damage here. So here comes the Squadrons.
Okay.
Hiding right behind.
Yeah,
I believe that's I think that's the Torn Far. No, that's not the Torn Far one. That's the Ahsoka GR75, I believe.
Well, you know, ramming flotillas is the best way to bypass those defense tokens. So,
yeah,
that's not a bad thing. And if he needs to stay, does he want to stay there? I'm thinking he would love to turn. So you got to get rid of that GR.
I suspect you're right. Now, one thing we did see, we did have one ship fly off the edge. I believe it was Patriot Fist in our third game yesterday.
Yep.
And literally it was 2 millimeters off the edge of the table, just turned a little too much. One of those things where a reduction in speed would have kept it on the table. 10 Num is attacking.
Okay.
Just did that real fast.
Oh, and
A
we're
little
gonna
bit of
get some
splash damage.
Yep.
There's the crit, the hit, etc.
So there's some squadrons on the Starrock side that are hanging by a thread now.
I'm going to hand it to Jesse. He really grabbed those dice and threw them in the tray so fast.
Yeah.
We saw him pick up the dice.
Yeah.
I want to see if that flotilla is still there at the end of round 4.
Man, that's and he's double arced. That'll at least be some no token flotilla there in a minute.
B-wing.
Okay, that's pretty good.
Dutch has now been taken off the board. So I think, is that the first kill of the game?
It is.
Oh, Gold Squadron.
Gold Squadron.
Already
Okay,
gone.
Gold Squadron and Dutch. Yeah, you know, they've been ganging up on those two for a minute, so that makes perfect sense that they're the first to go. And the carnage begins. All right. So with those two kills, that's 28 points off the top.
It is. And I think we still have 5 victory tokens, which is another 75.
Yeah.
So there's still a
Still
a lot to go.
Yep. That's going to change here in a minute.
And we are only in round 3.
That's right. That's right. Still half the game to go, and now we're in the moments when things start getting eliminated, obviously. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what goes and what stays. Must be bringing some more fighter coordination and team. Yeah. Bringing them in.
You know, Legion's an interesting game in terms of how long that takes versus Armada.
Uh-huh. Okay, looks like we're getting some more dice here real quick.
Into 2,400, another 2 hits.
Yep.
Armada, you're going to see 2 turns.
Yep.
That are going to be relatively quick, and then you're going to get turn 3, turn 4. Generally, that's where all the action hits a longer period of time, and you have 2 short turns at the end. Where you take a game like Legion, it's going to be a lot, and then it just diminishes as pieces go down.
Yeah.
But having said that, we've also seen a couple of our Armada games here yesterday where we were in contact firing dice in turn 1. And turn 1 was not bad. Turn 2 was exceptionally long. Then you get into turn 3, same thing.
Yep.
So one of the best parts about Armada, how long some of these turns can be and where the action is.
Yep. All right, so here's the 6th token. Obtained. 8R moving that squadron.
Those objective tokens really just moving all over the place.
I'll just I will just throw this out there because there was a comment in the chat just now about 4 turns for most of the games, which is disappointing, and using chess clocks. Yeah, you know what? They did make a point yesterday of mentioning it, and they made the point of mentioning it today about slow play. I think they really, and they also stressed, Derek stressed that they want you to play to completion. I think they're really aiming to get the full 6 rounds in to see what the true outcome of the fleets are, and your fleet versus fleet. They.
So here's Shara.
Here's Shara's roll.
Shara.
Yep.
We're going to make intentional mispronunciations.
You say to me.
Okay, Luke has taken one now after the brace. One of the things that I've often thought about, I actually looked at the time. So if you go to a tournament, your standard Armada game is designated for 2 hours and 15 minutes.
Yep.
Which actually means you can have 67 minutes and 30 seconds for yourself to play. Now here's the next shot here. That looks like another 2 hits here.
Yep.
That was 2400 into a B-wing.
Yep. Those 4 blue on YTs are really great.
And those dice look great under the the tray.
Yeah. And I believe those are what we affectionately call the Jolly Rancher color, the 2018
ones,
regional dice, blue color. Yeah, they look really nice under those lights. All right, more measuring. Looks like we've got the flotilla moving on out.
Or it's going to try to.
Yeah, it's going to try. He's flirting with a rock there. Either flirting with the rock or the Starhawk, and I don't think either one's a great option.
That Starhawk, one of the shakiest pieces on the board outside of a Super Star Destroyer. I know when we filmed a couple battles using both the Starhawk and the Super Star Destroyer, you look at the table funny and they move them. Now, one thing we did do is with this table, we spent time making sure this is the most level Armada table here. We have so many shims under it and then really tape the sucker down. So shy of putting an 8-foot level to verify.
They're measuring very carefully. Sorry, just what's that? So they're measuring very carefully. Sorry, just looking here. We're getting a bit of an update. That rock, definitely flirting with that rock. That was a very, very tight maneuver.
We took a crit there. The crit is
damaged munitions. All right. All in all, not a disastrous crit for a flotilla.
No, most definitely not. When you look at damaged munitions, damaged munitions while attacking a ship, remove 1 die of your choice.
Right. For a GR-75, you almost can't get a better one.
Yeah. I mean, that's effectively a regular hit.
That's right. So it can still flak as normal because it's not a ship it'd be attacking. So, great. All right. I'm a little worried about.
I think Cazares is going to get activated here.
Okay. I'm a little worried about that Providence. It looks real close to the edge, and we still have plenty of time to move. I know that flotilla would go away, but I think we're gonna see some nabbing there. So
Squadron's got being activated. Or, no, I'm sorry, not Squadrons. Cazares is being activated with the Squadrons.
Yes. All right. Looks like he's heading for the border. And it looks like from that measurement, if he made the move that he just tested out, that squad would be out of activation range. So I know that
He might
I know
not
that's
have
not
much
ideal.
of a choice here, I think.
Yeah, I know, and he's flirting with a rock too, and he's right up against his flex. Oh man, that again, just
These
all
are,
the rocks all the time.
These are tough decisions that our players need to make here. And when you really start looking at where you have obstacle positioning, and you want to get Cazares into the fight.
Yep.
Because you get 3 reds out the front,
Yep.
and those doubles count for double, or the crits count for double.
Yep. All right. So he did a good job flying to avoid that asteroid. Just on the he did an outside turn, just off of it. But Providence is in the way. It'll be kind of rough here. Now it's hard to see from our angle, even overhead, if Cazares may have a shot at the flotilla. But
So the Ahsoka flotilla, I believe, here has been activated. Measuring distances here on different squadrons. Of course, a couple of them get moved around.
There's a little bit of that to be had. You know, it's just you have a little bit of that as an expectation when you're playing heavy squads. You know, a millimeter here, a millimeter there. You know, in general, it's going to happen. It's a little fiddly when you get
one hit out the black, 10 numb.
10 numb.
Y-wing takes a hit. Ten numb again. We've got a double arc, so there's a second hit. And against the generic fake Millennium Falcon as well.
Question in the chat about if it's Cazares or Salvation. It is Cazares. Yep, it is Cazares.
No. Yeah, my bad. I was thinking Salvation. Cazares is the Squadron one.
Yep.
So apologies here. I'm thinking too much. We're also controlling all kinds of different things.
That's
here.
right.
And I'm just having such a great time with Adrian here in the booth. And now my brain is kind of almost fully awake now. Yes, all the lists are on, most of the lists are on T4.
Okay.
Not all of them.
Yeah. Well, it looks like that flotilla is probably feeling a little better about itself. It doesn't look like it's double arced any longer, and it kind of got out of danger. So I think if they put a laser on it, it's not going to be doubled now.
I think they just did. It looked good.
Yeah.
Oh, lists are hidden on T4.
Okay. Okay, so it looks like Bright Hope's going to activate, showing a squadron dial. So it looks like that one squadron is definitely in range. So but he took the token. So looks like he's going to prep for the next round. Yeah, he's going to have to turn. Otherwise, he's also going to flirt with that asteroid. And here's the maneuver. Let's see if he can just get to the other side of that asteroid. Looks like he should be good. Oh, still flirting with the backside of that Providence too, though. This is some close quarters flying here. And there they are. Little thoughtful contemplation. See what the next activation is going to be here. As you look over what everything is, how everything is shaping up.
I think again we're getting into that middle stage of the game now.
Yep.
Where the next series of moves are going to be critical to how the game unfolds.
Absolutely.
So
Okay,
Starhawk now has been activated.
There's a nav. It's a big base. I don't know how it's going to kick its way around without hitting its own flotilla. But we shall see.
Now, what are we going to do here? I think actually it may wind up ramming that flotilla.
I think you're right.
Stay right where it's at, because actually that wouldn't be a bad move, because now you've got the Providence where you can hit it again out the side.
Yeah, Starhawks are only speed 2, so. Okay. So. Yeah, this is going to be interesting.
Using Ahsoka, a repair token has now become a squadron token, so we're hoping to probably get a few new squads in here.
Yep.
So a couple of questions on SensorNet tokens. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to bring up the SensorNet card. Give me just a second. That way you guys can see it. I'll put it in the corner here for you guys.
All right, looks like we got some flat going on into the B-wing.
It looked like 3 hits.
All right.
There's a SensorNet card for you guys to read on the screen. That B-wing has got 1 health left.
Oh, yeah. All right, this is going to be rough. Well, that's going to be well, that's not going to work. That will work. That's that crazy double-click 1 kick on 2 that gets the big base as sharp a turn as you can make it. I don't know. That's going to be
might
close.
Actually just make it.
Yeah,
you know,
you've
it's
got the
questionable
width of
the
the
shield dial hit the corner.
Also true.
From this vantage point, a little hard to tell. I'd need to be hovering over it myself.
Definitely some careful contemplation here. I think if that is the move that he's made, I don't know. That's a big base. That's once it's locked in, I don't know if that's going to make the turn.
I don't think so. That would definitively ram, and it'd stay right where it's at. But then that goes back to one of the things we were saying earlier.
Yep.
What do they want to do?
That's right. Are they going to try it? He's going to try it. No?
No.
Oh, okay.
Reconsider.
Almost looked like he locked it in, but nope. Oh, he's going to try to go the other way and take a rock? That's a bold move.
Yep,
It's a ram.
rams.
Yep, he rammed it. Stayed it. Rammed the flotilla.
Bonk, bonk into
Not
the
ideal,
flotilla.
but I think, I think we kind of saw the writing on the wall on that
I think
one.
so.
Big base. 7 tokens total for the Starhawk list right now. That's over 100 points.
105 to be precise.
Oh,
okay. Here's actually, because the movement occurred first, he doesn't get the token. He's down to 6.
All right. So, so here we go. So it looks like there's a bit of a debate going on among the players about can I have that take back when we were talked earlier. But you know what? We're seeing some competition come out. You know what? I think Jesse is well within his rights to say no if it was missed. And you know what? People make mistakes. We're all human, and we have all been guilty of missing an ordnance pod, missing a command dial occasionally. So you know what? It's just at this high level of play, you got to have all your ducks in a row. It's not a friendly game, really. It's a tournament.
It is. That was another hit on one of the squadrons. We're hearing back from our court reporter, or our courtside reporter on this in just a minute while we make some additional decisions on what's getting shot at.
Yep.
But we'll get you an update as soon as we can.
Yep.
Yes, those big ships do wobble, and this is, again, on one of the most level tables here at AdeptiCon for Star Wars Armada. So most of the tables are, a combination of 2, and we actually have one of the few 4x8 tables. We just had to make sure that we had it here. So Adam, you're asking about why the Providence is not picking up tokens. And in our thought, we don't know this for sure, this is just based on our assumption here. If he takes a token, those tokens start moving closer to your opponent, and then all of a sudden they go away. So I would almost say your best bet, that is one more hit going up against Shara Bay, and then here's going to be that deadly counter They really like to take these dice out real fast.
Yeah, grabbing those dice.
Now
Luke
Luke
is
making
attacking.
attack on
Shara.
Shara. That's 3 hits and a accuracy.
I think I heard the scatter call.
Yeah, so it'll probably still be braced down to 2. But probably one of the more effective hits.
Yeah, for sure. And here's the counter.
That looks like another 3.
All right,
we'll
judge
get
call.
A judge being called.
I don't know what the question is. We'll find out here in a moment. Judge call on the main table.
And Dennis is coming up to make a judge call. Ship was not activated.
So there was a ship that was not activated, and then the squads started. So the judge is going to make the call. So we'll see what the judge says. I believe in these cases, I believe the ship must move. If I'm not mistaken, so if it wasn't, it'll have to move. I think, even though it wasn't activated.
I think this could also be one of those things, though, where they may not get the dial.
That's right.
Probably show what it is.
Yep.
But
See, and he's grabbing the movement tool. So as I predicted, you have to make the move. They're not going to get the advantage of the activation, but they have to make the move. Yep. So real quick word about the judging. What a great bunch of guys, and they're always Johnny on the spot. They, I think, have some very, consistently good rulings. I mean, their knowledge is encyclopedic, and they've done a really, really good job. Okay, sorry, we're getting some reports in here. So Luke Skywalker took some damage and burned his brace. So.
Oh, I see what happened. They didn't finish that move from the prior.
Yeah, that's right.
All right.
That's right.
3 damage. Looks like that may have gone up against the B-Wings. Mm-hmm.
Hit generic B-Wings. Here we go. Rolling some damage.
I think that's 3 more.
Yep. Okay, Luke braces that to 2. Nice. Oof.
We are rolling nothing but hits here now with these squadrons.
It's all the hits.
Yeah.
They're putting on the hits.
And even the crits are counting with those counters.
With those counters, yeah, it's pretty crazy.
That looks like 2. So the round started at about 9 o'clock, maybe a little after. So we're about an hour and 45 minutes. So we have roughly 30 minutes left.
That's right. Okay.
Nora Wexley
burning her brace. That's what they're there for. You know what they say, if you've got an ace with defense tokens left at the end of the game, they weren't doing their job, right?
Pretty much. Well, really, if you've got a ship that is destroyed with all of its tokens still green, that you weren't using them.
That's right. That's right. Should have made some different choices.
There's an interesting mentality with using your defense tokens, etc. I like to call it the Ferrari thought, where Ferrari, with its racing engines and cars, the idea is you cross the finish line and then the car can blow up. We don't care.
Right.
In this case, it's the same thing with your major capital ships. You want to exhaust every single one of your defense tokens, and then off they go.
Yep, absolutely.
Nora Wexley taken out.
A casualty. That's that same example that you use, Ken, kind of in a different scenario. You know what they call a person who got all D's through medical school?
No, what do you call a person who got all D's through medical school?
Doctor. So whether you're a ship with on fire with 6 damage cards but surviving till the end of the round, or completely healthy, you keep those points.
Here we go, setting dials for round 4.
All right.
And it looks like the only ship with damage on it is the one flotilla, which hit an asteroid and then was rammed into itself by a fellow ship.
Yep.
So self-inflicted damage on the flotilla. But still an absolutely fascinating game as we go.
Yeah, it's always difficult to deal with the Farm Hawk fleet, and I think both these guys have super well constructed fleets. It's just, man, it's yeah. All right. All right, there's some debate going on here. All right, so the Providence is revealing a Squadron dial. That's not a surprise, but let's, and flacking.
So here the dice come up. We're going to get our actual flak here in a second. 1. Let's see, what are we shooting at? That looks like one of the B-wings maybe. 2 over here. We're firing at all generics right now.
Yep, so it's flacking first as always.
Oh, those are YT-2400s.
Okay.
And a couple hits out there at these other squadrons. Now,
all right,
against
looks like
Schaumburg.
Yep, rear flak. That's the one way to take care of that. But you know, if she's got her
she
scatter,
can't counter back a ship.
That's right. That's right. That's one way around that. And it'll stress her tokens, so hopefully someone else can set up a shot.
Now we're looking at moving. This is going to answer the question that people had earlier, how is this not going to fly off the board?
Right.
Clearly, plenty of room for the Providence to move.
Yep, and with the time left, was there a calculation made that they're not going to get to the 6th round, so safe on this turn situation? Now he's turning pretty well.
I think we're going to see some squadrons get overlapped, most definitely.
For sure, for sure. All right.
Yeah, the squadron's going to go down somewhere.
Yeah, they're going to go on the other side. Yep.
Yeah, it looks like a YT-1300.
Yep, getting those out of the fight.
Might be Luke also with the X-Wing.
Might be putting the damaged guy into flak range. Trying to see here.
I think that's the Starhawk being activated.
Measuring for sure.
No, it might be the Providence being activated.
Providence still?
Yeah. We're going to be rolling some dice. Actually, I don't think that's the
fighter coordination teams, maybe.
Yeah, fighter coordination
teams.
teams.
They're bringing
That's
some
what I'm
things
looking
in.
at.
Yeah, and he's trying to make sure he's not in a game. Or okay, so they're still adjusting the placing those on the base from the squads that were run over.
Worth noting that we don't have the cards directly in front of us to look at, but I'd love to be able to do that.
Yeah.
So to
all right, so we're looking at some splash damage here. All right.
So worth noting, yes, if I was playing this Providence, I would have gone head first right into the Starhawk, because that would be exciting to watch to see if I can take it out.
It's a bold move. It's can your dice overcome the sheer firepower of the Starhawk? And I would like to see it.
It depends on how my red dice were feeling that day and if they felt like betraying me or not.
Do they feel like plastic or do they feel like sunshine?
They're going to feel like one of the two.
Yeah, that's right.
Although, here's the thing. If my dice are on fire and I'm rolling nothing but doubles and hits and the accuracy's when I need them with my red dice, you know that structural damage will pop up, because I am the lord of structural damage.
You are.
Have not seen one yet today, but again, we've only been seeing them on Imperial Star Destroyers on stream.
That's right. I mean, the day is young, though. All right, so the VCX has 1 health left, and it looks like they're gonna. Let's see if this roll is able to get it. Oh,
that looks like
a
we're
dead
gonna get
VCX.
it. Oh, maybe they were shooting a different one. It was 2 health left. Okay.
Sorry, we had a faulty report.
We're getting Garrett some new glasses and some binoculars.
Yeah, in all fairness, though, it is hard to keep track of all the different squadrons in the scrum like this. All right.
Okay, up against that VCX again.
All right.
2 hits.
Yep, and there
Now
it is. Now it's gone.
So see, we were just telling the future.
That's right.
For the folks at home. Garrett's got ESPN and is able to figure out where what's going to happen.
Or ESP.
Or ESP, yeah.
Yeah. But I'm sure he does have ESPN.
He
He's
probably
a big sports
does.
fan.
We are having a lot of fun here in the booth at Ion Radio. And again, huge shout out to everyone that is supporting us and saying wonderful things on the channel in the chat.
Okay, Adar is showing a squadron command. You know, I never did think about that. Nice. So it was just pointed out that those VCXs do kind of look like acclimators. Very
tiny
small
ones.
acclimators. Yeah. Very true. All right,
well,
so
you know
here's
what
the
it is.
7th
They're
token.
just a lot further away from us. There's a battle going, you know, about a parsec down the road. Question on this is round 1. So as of right now, I don't think there are any tournament standings. I'll take a quick look and see what I can find, but I think we are too early.
That's
to
right.
Get our round standings in.
Yeah, Ken's correct.
There's 2 games that have been completed, but we still have time to go.
So when those rounds are completed, the crew recalculates everything based on everybody else's performance as per the usual arrangement, and then the standings change as they go along. So as the games are complete, your standings will change as other people's results are entered into the system, and so the whole round has to really end before you get a accurate standing.
We also don't want to sit there and provide information that we're not allowed to provide right away, so we like to make sure that everything's been calculated officially. So we could talk about provisional to an extent, but what we may occasionally found out, perhaps a score is not correctly calculated, or it wasn't, someone misread a number and punched it in wrong. That happens, so we want to be cautious on that. But when a round has been certified, we will let people know what the final round scores are.
Yep.
We'll probably bring those up at the beginning of the second live stream, or the second round in this stream.
Yep. All right, I can see Garrett from my standpoint moving around the table quickly. It looks like there's definitely some squad action going on. YT firing at the B wing. Yep, B wing's down. That was a good hit. That was a really good hit.
Looks like I might have like a health left on it now.
Oh, does it? Those B-wings are tanky.
Checking at what we can flak out at, what we can hit.
Yep. I think right now they're kind of in points conservation mode. We're in the kind of the tail end of the match. The clock is running out.
Clock's running out, and Jesse needs to actually blow something up here and score.
Yeah, he really does. He really does, because 7 tokens so far. Missed opportunity from Eric getting that 1 token. But still at 7, and that's a sizable amount of given the relatively low amount of carnage. Yeah, he definitely needs to kill some stuff.
We got a little crowd starting to gather around the table, watching this level of competition.
Yep, lots of the AdeptiCon faithful taking pictures with their phones. Interested in how the matches are going.
Here comes the next shot. Flak.
No, that's
2 hits, couple accuracies.
Squad.
Luke is now destroyed.
Luke is no more. Apparently the Force was not with him on that particular roll. Yeah. All right, now we've got clicking up for the move. So here's the question that I've got. When that Starhawk activates, likely it's gonna be another ram, right? Oh no, he's moving it out of the way. Okay, there we go. No, 8R's out. Okay, so 8R's out of the way. All right, I was wondering about that. I thought it might have been the Starhawk activating, but it's not. Okay. Well, now the Starhawk is free to run right into that asteroid, if it so chooses. Because it won't matter. They're not going to take it down.
I'm inclined to agree with you here.
Yep, I don't think it's taken a shot all day of game. So, you know, if it really needs to do that to get away, or to get that token nearby, or what have you. All right.
Looking at a nav.
Okay.
This is Torrent Far is GR75.
Yep. All right.
Flacking some squadrons.
Yep. All right, flacking this YT.
There's one. It's gone.
It's gone. We're getting some stuff.
And next one is a blank.
Yep. Swingy dice, the bane of all players. Right. 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 Lots of measuring, lots of right, making that hard turn. Yep, I think Jesse's going to be hard pressed to kill enough.
Starhawk with an engineering.
Starhawk
command.
engineering. All right. Yep. So this is, yeah. I think that token count is going to be hard pressed to overcome right now.
Going up against 10 num.
Yep.
It's a single hit.
Yep.
But now we get
LTTs.
LTTs. There's 2 hits.
Oh. Bracing it down, obviously.
Down to 1.
Yep. See if 10 num can hang on. 2 health left on 10 num. That's 19 points. That's a good chunk. More than a token.
Now we're looking at that Starhawk.
Yeah, I mean,
to make it.
It doesn't care. It's gonna make that maneuver. It doesn't care if it takes a rock or not.
Looks like it's taking the rock.
That's right. But you know what? It'll be interesting to see what the face-up is. If it's something that is detrimental to squadrons, but it's the end of the round, pretty much, right?
True.
Coming up here very shortly, so we'll see. Compartment fire. All right, can't ready defense tokens.
That is a tough one to deal with.
It's a tough one to deal with if you're taking shots, but since I think all of its stuff are all of it's green, I think we're good. Yeah. So honestly, at the end of the round, probably one of the least offensive face-ups for this situation.
Actually, the 2 face-up damage cards that have been shown so far today. We had the can't attack, or you lose a die
attack ships
from the GR75.
GR75, right?
Yeah.
A dice less.
Which,
Right?
who cares? You're not shooting ships anyways.
Right. So
the Bright Hope's activating right now. Navigate coming up.
Yep, and it's moving pretty fast, so it's going to be going into that scrum here. I think he's looking to see if he can get some squads moving.
A lot of I think a lot of what's going to happen here is going to be flanking the squadrons.
Yep. Well, that's going to be how you get your points.
Y-Wing's making an attack, I believe.
Yep. Oh.
Against Shara Bay. What's going to happen? 2 hits on the Shara.
2 hits. Burn the scatter for nothing. All right. Now she's vulnerable.
And
but that
that's
counter.
3 hits returning back. Is the Y-Wing holding on? Probably with only 1 or 2 hull left, I think.
Yeah. I mean, Y-Wings are super tanky, but
2.
Yeah,
Confirmed at 2.
Yep.
That's 1.
All
Shara
right.
has been hit.
See?
Flak. She's gone.
One extra. Get that scatter out of the way. But the counter.
Well, that's the flak.
Oh, it's the flak. My bad. Sorry. Yeah, I guess if she had rolled counter on the flak shot, that would have been pretty bad, huh?
That would not have been good.
That would have been a slight violation. All right. All right. Looks like we have some more spectators coming up with their phones, taking footage of this first table. Lots of interest, as it should be. I mean, this is interesting matchup. All right, and it's going to move, and it's going to nestle up nicely behind the Providence.
Hiding behind the station, but Ramadi's not in this fight.
That's very true. Yeah. If Ramadi was, he would be a defector and should be put out the nearest airlock. All right.
So that GR-75 that's been taking some damage, that's a Squadron command. That's Ahsoka's GR-75.
Oh.
Firing over.
Comms net to Starhawk. Oh, parts resupply. Got it. All right, so probably a foregone conclusion at this point, but actually, if they keep moving as quickly as they have been, they might get to the beginning of the next round and get to complete it.
I think they will.
Yep. Okay.
Now here's our shot.
Yep.
1 into the YT-1300. A couple more flag shots coming out. We're just getting a couple singles. I'm going to get a report here from Garrett on what we're looking at. In fact, Garrett's going to come to the booth. He's going to talk to us a little bit, say hello.
What's up, everybody? Man, I'm out here on the table. This is an intense Squadron game. That is all this is going down on. We've got he needs to gather more Squadron points to try and make up for this victory token deficit. But I think this is going to be a close, what's it called? Tournament point game. Absolutely wild. Looks like we've got Yavaris going next. Maybe back out there. I'm guessing it's going to be Squadron again, but let me go check.
Now that is our field reporter, Garrett, coming into the booth, letting us know what is happening here. So props definitely to Garrett. This has got to be one of the more difficult jobs, watching the table state, wandering around, and not disturbing the players. Now we're still looking at what we're going to do with Yavaris. Yavaris hasn't done anything outside of hanging around. It's been too far away from some of the squadrons, and we're definitely looking at positioning here. I think the other thing that we want to make sure that we're doing is not giving points away to the Starhawk. So we're definitely, in this case, Jesse's taking care to make sure that he is keeping his ship away from the Starhawk and not doing damage to his own. So a lot of careful thought being placed into every movement that is currently happening throughout this game. And Garrett is returning back into the studio.
Yeah, this Nebulon B's got a tough place to maneuver here to try and get in a place that would be useful in this coming round. But it looks like at this point, the only enemy squadron that's in danger on the side of Jesse is that VCX that's next to 10 Num. Those YT-2400s have escaped, basically, And I don't know where the rest of the points in this game are going to come from.
He's going to have to take a ship out, I think. Now,
And
that was a
I just
ram,
don't know.
I believe.
I just don't know if the firepower is going to exist. Yeah.
Nebulan B did ram into the GR75, so another bonk bonk to our flotillas. And I say bonk bonk because there's 2 flotilla ships on the.
Yep. I gotta say the list with Cazares is a really technical list. There's a lot of triggers that he's got to keep track of each round of timing, and it's going to be mentally taxing the rest of the day.
That's one thing that a couple players have considered.
Oh, is he moving those YT? He's moving those YT. He's going to attack that Y-wing here. Oh, man.
He definitely is.
Let's watch
see what happens here.
Oh,
we've got, that looks like 4
wow,
hits.
that's going to take it down. That's it. That's it for that YT.
Did we actually make it?
He did. Oh, yeah, he's dead. All right. Oh, I'm gonna let Adrian come back in here.
I think he's still good. I think he might be on 1 or 2 health points.
Oh no, that YT-24. Or I'm sorry, the Y-wing is gone. Yep. All right, Adrian, swap him back in.
Thanks, Garrett. All right.
Garrett wanted to have a few moments of fame back on the station. We're giving him a little rest because he was in every stream yesterday.
I was going to say, he was like a trooper yesterday. He was on it.
We are now setting dials in round 5.
Nice. Good to see it. I know we had some talk in the in the chat earlier about, hey, needs to go to 6 rounds to get the true test of the fleet. And 5, especially with this level of squad play, is pretty good. And yeah, definitely it gives Jesse that opportunity to try to kill some more points, try to get some more pieces off the board to match that token count. At this point, I think it would be next to impossible to take the Starhawk, right?
There's not enough rounds
right,
to do
not enough rounds to do that. The flotilla's tokens don't appear to be stressed in any way. So, do you fly in fast and ram the thing? The 1-on-2, maybe. Try to take it out.
Cazares being activated first.
Yep. Okay. Let's see if it whips around and tries to ram that token if it can. Okay.
Oh, Providence.
Oh, Providence first. Okay, Squadron might be getting out of the way for Cazares, but I don't know if it's going to make it. I think those flotillas are too far away.
I think they might be. Probably going to flak at some squadrons. I think.
Sure. Get some of those points off the table.
We'll take a close look at what we've got here. I'm going to get rid of that top bar.
Okay, that's a couple hits. 3 to be exact. Nice.
This is squadron play right now.
Uh-huh.
Ten numbs staying alive.
Yep.
Landing down on the station, repairing 1.
Yep.
YT into the VCX. That is a very accurate shot. Taking 1.
Very accurate.
1 health left.
All right.
On that VCX.
Yep. That's a lot of hull to chew through. I mean, it's.
I think it's 8, right?
It is. Yeah, VCXs are just the bane, and those are the ones that really help you with those tokens.
Strategic.
Yeah, with strategic. So an 8 hull strategic, it's like, you need to get rid of them, but man, those are the ones you don't want to shoot.
Going up YT.
Okay. That's 2
hits.
VCX
has
is
been
done.
destroyed. So we were just talking about how difficult that is to take it out.
But he chewed through it, and that's some good points, though. That's some good points.
Definitely.
That's at least worth a token.
So keeping tabs. Looks like about half of, well, maybe not half, maybe about 25% of the games are done. No 10-1s being reported yet.
That's right. Yep.
Couple 9s, though.
I think with this level of play, you're going to see the full time frame utilized.
I would agree.
By all the games today. All right, we're eyeballing stuff here, measuring. I think he's putting a straight edge on that to see if that squad is double arced. I think maybe or maybe not. Trying to see. Okay, looks like activating on the station to heal. Preserving points. All right, pass token.
James, thank you for the shout out. We intend on giving us all 4 days of Worlds. We want to continue this level of commentary and coverage. GR75 getting a navigate.
All right.
We want
to,
if we have an opportunity to do this again at some point, we definitely would love to continue coverage along this line.
So it looks like there's some question about a token, maybe victory token. Yep. So Jesse's picking up the victory
token.
But you know what? I know that there's been some talk in the chat about, and you'll see what's happening here. His opponent is putting that victory token close to his ship. And I think that might be the strategy early on about why he wasn't picking up tokens, is so that he did not give his opponent the opportunity to get them and score more points than he normally would. But now that he's sensing the end of the match, he picks up the token to get the points.
Let's get a couple points.
That's
actually, that's not a bad way to pick up maybe another 30 to 60 points.
Yep.
Adar Talon being activated, navigation.
Yep.
Making a little spin.
Yep.
I think we're now getting to the points where these turns are going to go by pretty quick.
Yep, agreed.
Yeah, we're estimating the Farmhawks probably ahead. We're not entirely sure because we don't have the full picture.
That's right.
We have some rough thoughts. We can tell you that it is 2, 4, 6, 7 to 1 in terms of victory tokens.
Yep, 7 to 1 victory tokens. So the difference is what? So 90-point difference on tokens.
Just in tokens.
Just in tokens. So with squads kind of dying on either side, it looks pretty even to me.
Yeah.
On the number of squads that have been killed. The flat game has been intense.
A lot of navigation here, pulling off, getting around the table.
Yep. The flack and move, flack and move.
It'll be interesting to see what the final score actually winds up being.
Yep. Question in the chat real quick. No ships have been killed.
Yeah, none. It's all been squadrons.
All squads. Yeah. Although there is a flotilla that is on 2 cards, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, 2 flotillas have damage on them that I can see. Right.
I'm going to get rid of that information bar.
Yep.
That way you guys can
Kinda
see a little bit better where those ships are.
Yep. All right. Another command is revealed on the side of the Farmhawk.
Thinking that's one of the other GR75s, probably Ahsoka's.
Looking like it. All right, so here's the parts resupply again.
Tucking right in behind.
Tucking in behind, yep.
Starrock.
Like you mentioned, Ken, I think now everybody knows where they're going to end up ship position-wise. It's just what final flak can take out a squad here or there. It doesn't look like any of the flotillas are in danger of being rammed or attacked. So, yeah, it's going to come down to tokens and squads.
I think it will.
Yep.
So it looks like our field is 80 players.
82 total.
82 total that we have.
Cazares Squadron Command. Not a surprise. Looks like it's going to tuck right in.
And like I said, I think we're going to go through some quick squadron, or not squadron, but just quick movement here through this final 2 turns.
Yep. Here we go.
Couple people coming up, taking pictures of the action here
the top
at
table.
AdeptiCon.
Yeah, I'm gonna throw it out to you, Ken. I gotta say, oh, Starhawk, another victory token. That's 8. Well, all right, gotta throw it out to you. Your work on your setup here was pretty flawless. I gotta say, it's, I mean, just from our standpoint, I mean, what we can see here with our naked eye is just these camera angles that Ken is sharing with you as we go through the match. Yeah, it's really great job. Just throwing that out there for you as the measurement happens.
Well,
final measurements.
Thank you very much.
All right.
And again, shout out to the AdeptiCon crew here for all the hard work that they are doing to make sure that all the vendors, the players, that everyone's having a great time and enjoying everything happening here at AdeptiCon.
Yep. I mean, the behind the scenes that a lot of folks don't see are the working through the night to make sure the tables are set up properly.
Shot was occurred at Cazares. They picked up those dice, threw them in real fast from the Starhawk, but worth noting that was evaded, so really nothing happened there. I'm just going to keep the dice tray up. Yeah. Because our players here are very anxious to speed through this last 2 turns.
Yep.
So it looks like we're just moving squadrons away.
Moving out of flak range.
Going into round 6.
All right, they're going to be able to fix it. Yeah, so they'll be able to complete the round. So they'll be interesting. Although, like you said, Ken, I think this is going to go pretty quick. I don't think anybody's in real danger here. Although, you know, if that Starhawk can hit Cazares, it may have a chance of getting that ship. Maybe.
And you're kind of stuck in a spot here with Cazares, where you can't really activate it first. You're going to ram into something.
That's
so you
correct.
have to get the Providence out of the way.
And don't give yourself that card, because that shot could just be one short. You know, you got to get the Providence out.
Looks like we might be in medium range here.
I would call that medium, just eyeballing it, not from the overhead. I think we're medium, and now we're checking.
Seeing if we got a double arc on it.
Yeah. Unfortunately, from the overhead angle, the card line is obstructed a little bit by the huge model that is the Starhawk. Yeah, the huge chunky piece of plastic. But even the side shot is pretty formidable.
Yeah, all you really need is one. I think he might have it from my vantage point, but it's a little too hard to say, and I don't want to say we've got a double arc and not.
It's the Starhawk double arcing the Cazares? Okay. All right. So we have it confirmed from Garrett, who has a much better vantage point. The Starhawk is not double arcing Cazares.
So just be out the side.
It would be the side, yeah.
Although still, a shot from a Starhawk out the side.
Fairly serious.
You're still throwing a bunch of dice at medium range, 2 blues, 2 reds.
Yep. All right.
So probably not enough to knock it out.
Yep. All right. So dials are set, and let's see what happens. I'm guessing he's going to try to get the Providence out of the way.
Providence first.
Yep. Navigate makes sense. He's going to. Is he
collect
taking
the sensor net token, I believe.
Yes. Yep. Another token.
Second victory token.
Second victory token for Jesse. And now he's going to move that guy out of the way, and hopefully Cazares can tuck and run.
That would be my strategy as well.
I mean, likely he's going to take the shot. I can't see how Eric wouldn't take that shot. I mean, the sides of Cazares are notoriously fragile, so
So yeah, looking at chat, I am going to state that yes, it is correct. We would love to use one continuous 6x3 mat. However, none of the official Fantasy Flight or Atomic Mass Games mats are 6x3 for Armada. So it is going to be 2 of the 3x3 mats side by side.
Okay, so yeah, so it's not the Starhawk.
Nope,
Interesting.
075 moving away. I would assume at this point Yavaris is going to get moved.
Yep.
Nav on Yavaris.
Yep, Nav on Yavaris, and let's see what happens here.
So I think time is going to get called pretty soon.
Yep, I'm any moment I'm anticipating the staff calling out time.
Got some Squadron play here.
Okay. All right, so he's healing 10 knob on the station. That's a smart move, making sure that he's not just hanging out at 1 or 2 health. Yep. So.
There it
And
goes.
he's out.
Nice placement. I think we're probably outside of long range now of the Starhawk.
It'd be real close. It'd be real close, but I don't think long range bothers Yavaris too much with those.
I'm
evades.
inclined to agree.
He'll just
activating. Are we within range 1 of that token? No, I don't think so.
Jesse is saying no, and Eric is shaking his head maybe. I don't know. We may have a judge call here. I don't know. We'll see.
No, it looks like they're going to leave it.
All right. Sounds good. I tend to agree. As I'm looking at it from here, it looks just outside of 1.
I would agree.
Yep.
Making our turn over here, getting away.
Yep. Small base, avoiding the back end of that Star. Well, that Starhawk model is so big, you're not going to hit the base.
Sounds yeah, we were correct.
Yep.
Couple millimeters out.
Yep. Okay, GR75 scores another token. All right, so that makes it. Is it
3?
3, yeah. 3 for Jesse as he moves away. Okay, so we've got total 9 to 3 on the tokens. All right, so the Starhawk is going to reveal engineering and take another token, so that's 10. So back up to a 105-point swing in favor of the Farmhawk list.
And we're just going to move no shots here. This is going to be end the game real quick, I think.
Yep, for sure. But you know what? You know at this point what you can kill and what you can't, and why waste the time when you. Yep. So Asteroid is hit by the Starhawk. All right. For a face-up, but it will not matter.
I think we got 1 or 2 more ships. We're going to move those other
right.
GR75s.
Yep.
Final movements. And we have, we're calling the game here. So that is end of game.
There's a handshake, so we'll do the official calculations here.
So as soon as we get the final score, we're going to let the players compute what they have, and then they'll get back to us here. And we'll wind up getting the final score from the players on the field. So Garrett's already talking to the players, congratulating everyone, thanking them for being on the channel and the stream. As soon as we get the scores, we'll get that information to you.
7 minutes. Yeah. So and kudos to the players too, officially ending their game 6 rounds with 7 minutes remaining in the round, roughly. So again, these guys know what they're doing.
They really do. I mean, clearly they were practicing these fleets for a while.
Yes.
We've got a lot of, again, good play here on both sides.
Yep.
A lot of good strategy. I love the fact that Jesse took his time here to make sure that he did not give away points with the sensor net. And I think that's probably one of the more important aspects of how we wound up playing, because again, you're in a tournament setting, you don't want to give points up.
That's for sure. Yeah, anything that you can do to mitigate your point loss, especially when you're facing a list like this that is just, it's going to get its tokens. You know that you're going to have a certain margin of token points to overcome.
Right.
Yeah, it's important not to give away the farm.
Yeah, I agree.
Or the farm hawk. I
agree. And CensorNet's a tough one, too. Again, but anytime you're dealing with the farm hawk, and we're looking for those little tokens that we're going to pick up, this is what's going to happen.
Right.
You're in a position where you're constantly you're farming for tokens,
Sure.
and that's going to be one of your biggest point gathering sections.
And the
of
farm
game.
hawk list has those VCXs with strategic that are going to help you further gather in those tokens when your opponent, who is not counting on farming tokens, might not have the squadrons that can do that. So you're relying upon your ships to really go in and get that stuff. It's a little rough.
Definitely is. So we've got the players still putting things together, understanding finalized scores.
Yep.
Clearly a little bit of conversation between the players. Again, double checking scores. I think they're recalculating things, making sure that they have the right numbers. Garrett patiently waiting.
Yep. Pen in hand.
And we'll keep you guys informed as to what we see as we move forward.
That's right. Here we go. I think we're going to have the results coming in. See? All right. Lots
Garrett,
of people. Oh, go ahead. I was going to say, lots of people gathered around the booth, still taking pictures. The match is over and they're just calculating points, but still people interested in how the match is turning out.
Definitely.
You know, I think in the chat there's a little bit of talk about what the objectives were. I don't know how much we want to really say about that for the future. I know that AMG has done a really good job of hiding it so that anybody who might be kind of rewatching for the following day might not get a clue about what the objectives might be for the future. All right, Garrett, I will turn over the headset to Garrett so that he can give you the official results.
Garrett is going to sub in. I want to do a special shout out to Adrian here for being an excellent co-host throughout all of this, and definitely also Garrett, for you, for all the running around, but we figured we would give you an opportunity to rest your voice for a little bit.
Thanks. I was trying to yell across, though. Whatever. Man, so it's really fun being out there. Listen, this game was hot. I wrote down a special note. Only a single ship defense token was spent the entire game, and that was
amazing.
At Evade on that Nebula.
On that final shot there on the Nebula.
Everything else was Squadron. It was all flak, all Squadron on Squadron action. The final score here is Eric scored 244 points, and that was with his victory points and his squadrons. And Jesse scored 136, and I think that's 108 difference.
108 points, so that'll be a 7-4.
I think so. Listen, obviously we're impartial and we can't say anything while the game's happening, but I was just screaming inside every time he didn't take a victory token when he was in distance one of them.
So we were actually talking about that. We were thinking that was part of the strategy, where because if he takes one, he'll get the points, but then that victory token or the objective token moves 4 spaces closer to Eric.
So I verbally heard him say, like, I kept forgetting to do this until round 5, I think, as he got his first one, because he could have gotten 6 or 7 tokens off that, I think. Absolutely wild, because he did a really good job of locking down the VCXs so they couldn't move after a while. But man, that was intense, and I think it was tragic how Yavaris got stuck out there on the hard flank, couldn't double tap 10 or any of the B-Wings, and then Jan Ors got absolutely nuked at the beginning. Those were 2 huge rolls from those YT 2400s, which we all know that is the best generic fighter in this game. It took him multiple turns to destroy him, and they were throwing 4 blues just constantly and getting 3 and 4 damage each time.
Incredible.
Wow. But yeah, so I never even brought it up with the Starhawk. we never cared, but it had 2 braces, 2 salvos. So even if they wanted to shoot at it, it was going to be horrible. But yeah, I think Jesse's list. He's got fighter coordination team, flight controllers, flight commander, engine techs, and then everything depends on one distance. Wedge Antilles was one of the GR75s, and it does some. I couldn't even remember, but I think he forgot to tap that a couple times too. And then Eric did a really good job of doing token control and making sure that he was gathering as many points that way as possible. Man, what a game to start off here.
So there is still a few games that are currently running, so we're going to have to wait for those to finish up. And until they do, we're not going to be able to bring you any news. We will talk about tournament scores. I can tell you it looks as though one table did do a 10-1.
Yes.
But we'll get more of that as we get into round 2. So for the moment, what we're going to do is we're going to sign off, go to intermission, and we will make sure we talk to you guys as we move on. So on behalf of the entire Ion Radio crew, that would include Garrett, who is courtside, Adrian, who's the second chair here, myself, and of course John and Ryan, who are currently playing in the tournament. Thanks again for watching. This is the 2023 Star Wars Armada World Championship here at AdeptiCon, and we will be back later, and you've been watching Ion Radio. Ion Radio is back on the air from the Renaissance Hotel and Convention Center in Schaumburg. It is the 2023 Star Wars Armada World Championship here at Adepticon. And for round 2, I'm going to have second chair here with Garrett Vance. Adrian is out in the field reporting courtside. And as always, I'm Ken. Both John and Ryan are going to get into their second round here. Garrett, how are you doing today? You had the opportunity to do a lot of the side reporting for round 1.
Absolutely, Ken, I'm doing amazing. All right, champions at home. This time, Adrian and I are swapping out. He's going to be doing some on-court reporting, and we've got an extremely exciting match coming up here. We've got a Onager versus a 3 Recusant Martook list. We're going to see some dice being thrown. My heart's already palpitating. I hope yours at home is. Oh man, what do you think, Ken? You ready to go over these players here?
You know what? Let's go over the players. Let's go over the lists. And while they're setting up, I want to put in a note for everyone else as we transition to the fleet list. That the round did officially start at 11:45. It will go till 2 o'clock local time. So we are about 10 minutes into it. There's been a little bit of back and forth with just trying to speed things up. A few games in round 1 did take a little bit longer.
Absolutely.
Also, as a point, just so that everyone else is aware of what's going on, 5 members from LCQ did make it into the World Championship. Primarily because one person dropped out of Worlds, and they wanted to make sure no one had a bye. So we have an even number of players, which is outstanding.
Correct. I was excited to see Corey get in because he did such a good job. He went 4-0, and he deserved to be here, honestly.
Well, you know, one of the best parts about that is that we have a position where the tournament points, you had a certain number of tournament points that got in, and what really kept Corey out was the MOV.
Yep.
So that's probably one of the nicest things that you can do in a situation such as that. So hats off, and I'm kind of glad that he got the opportunity to come in. So as we go through our players, who is going to be wind up being player 1? I believe that's just been decided.
So first player is going to be our player Golvin. He is flying a CIS list. To go over Golvin here, he is from France. And he qualified at the Rome World Open Qualifier, which is extremely exciting. He's played this specific CIS list for almost 2 years, so I guess since they got released. Any other other interesting stuff about him? Before he played 3 Recusant, he played 3 Rex and a Providence. I don't even know how he fit that point-wise. That's amazing. And he's going to be first player, so he's going to be picking from Jason's objectives. Jason here, he's the only player in the first round to get a 10-1.
Wow.
And he's flying a Onager. That's a double Onager if you don't know. If you don't know, he's on Discord. His handle is J Palmani. He is from Houston, and he qualified at the 2019 Regional in Massachusetts. He's flied this Onager fleet for 3 years. He does a lot of great work in the community, and he creates a lot of good homebrew to let you at locals and at home to create some custom campaigns for your local communities. And all right, we've just got in our objective, and it's going to be planetary ion cannon, that yellow objective. And so that means the CIS player is going to be playing into those 3 objective tokens. They've already got the obstacles on the board and the objective tokens placed.
So why don't we go over the fleets themselves? Let's start with Golvin's fleet.
Let's do it. So, wow, can you say that word right there? That's French. That's French.
I am not going to even attempt that because I will butcher it.
No fleet? I think so. I don't know. So we've got Martook, of course, right? We've got Recusant number 1. It's got Tykes, XI7s, and Patriots Fist. Recusant number 2 has got an Intel officer, again XI7s. Say goodbye to your useful redirects. A third Recusant has got an Intel officer again, and another XI7. And then his lifeboat is going to be a hard sell with Martook and munitions resupply on it, and then a Gazanti to boot for activation.
Now, worth noting that these are C-Rock Gazantis because it's a CIS fleet.
That is correct. C-Rocks.
They rock.
They do rock. Wow, we got jokes here, everybody. Calm down.
All right, let's take a look at Jason's fleet. I'll go through this one real quick. Jason, as Garrett already said, it is a Onager list. So we've got an Onager test bed with Ramadi.
Surprise, surprise.
Yeah, no kidding, right? If you're going to do an Onager, you might as well bring Ramadi. Ramadi with Intel Officer, Sensor Team, Veteran Gunners, Engine Techs, and the Orbital Bombardment Particle Cannons. And then the second Onager is pretty much outfitted very similarly with Intel Officer, Gunnery Chief Varnillion, Veteran Gunners, Engine Techs, Orbital Bombardment Cannon, Particle Cannon, and the Cataclysm title. So we might have an opportunity to see that first round shot.
Yep.
We've got Gazanti cruisers with Darth Vader and Comsnet, and another Gazanti cruiser flotilla with Hondo Onaka, our favorite space pirate, and the Suppressor title. 4 squadrons. We have Sienna Ray, Tel Travura, Valen Rudor, and a Lambda shuttle. I'm assuming that Lambda is going to be there to do some strategic work.
Strategic, or I think it's got a base relay as well. Obviously, Hondo's here to take advantage of Cataclysm. The chat brought up a really good point here. Those Recusant evade tokens are going to be a great defense against these Onagers at extreme range. We don't often see Gunnery Chief Varnillion. I think she's kind of difficult to use timing-wise, and like when you should take advantage of those dice. But obviously, Jason knows exactly what he's doing here, so we're going to see some real high-level play, really exciting dice rolls. As you can see, we're already getting the deployment done here. We've got his squadrons getting out in front of this Gazanti.
And it's going to be fun to see how everything does get laid out. And while we are currently thinking about everything going on, I've got a couple questions that have come up. Let's go ahead and address those. So the first one, how do we pick which game we're going to stream? So in this case, we are doing top table twice in a row, although that first round, it's not necessarily top table, it's just a random pick. We are going to do table 1 unless it's someone that has already been on stream, at which case we will drop to table 2 or 3 so that we can show some level of fleet variety. Beyond that, the final round will almost always be table 1 because that's the one where we're going to see who wins the day.
That's right.
Now, in some cases, we may have an interesting matchup that shows up, and maybe that one will come up. We're currently working with all the TOs to make sure that we are fair. We don't want to pick any individual fleets. We want to give every person here at Worlds an opportunity to be on stream and make that as impartial as possible. And yes, this is a triple recusant fleet. Now, I have not seen this before. This is going to be fun. And I do know that Adrian has had some experience working with fleets, or playing against fleets akin to both sides here. So I will actually swap out at one point during the game so that you guys can hear Adrian's take on this.
He's already excited before the game started, but he wants to talk about something.
He is jumping up and down with joy to really talk about this fleet.
Yeah, he is. Wow, look at these recusants. So he's deployed them, box formation, middle of the table. There's not a lot of fear there. So far, is that Onager deploy? I don't think
no,
it's
that Onager has not
yet.
come out yet. It's going to be interesting to see where it finally gets placed. You got 2 of them. You've got Hondo, you got Cataclysm.
Yep.
And he's got enough activation padding here to allow him to kind of figure out where he wants to put them and what he's going to pick. But one of the things I'm seeing here is you've got your 3 recusants lined up ready to come in and pound you. Now, when you're sitting here looking at the recusant, you're pretty much going to pick which one of these 3 recusants do you want to delete. That's got to be a hard choice to go ahead and make.
I think he's going to target that Patriot's Fist. I'm curious. I think Adrian's writing down right now which one is Patriot's Fist for us, because I'm curious. That one's going to really be a heavy hitter because he's going to be able to lock down those defense tokens and start pouring damage into these Onagers. But like you said, I think somebody in chat pointed out that there's a lot of counters to Onagers. There are, but I want to say the Onagers, if you're a high-skill Onager player, they're extremely devastating, even to other good players. They just have so much damage output potential.
No, they really do.
But yeah, let's look at this planetary ion cannon. So, not often seen at a tournament level.
Well, this is one of actually my personal favorite objectives because you have an opportunity to run a couple extra dice at one of your ships. And, you know, anytime you can do more damage to your opponent, that is always a good thing.
You're very right. Of course, opportunity cost, right? You're giving up those other yellow objectives that everyone loves.
You are, but you're gaining a couple things. So let's go through planetary ion cannon. So during setup, after placing obstacles, second player will place 3 objective tokens in the play area beyond distance 5 of both player edges. So that's what we see here. Those are the 3 yellow dots sitting there in the middle of the field. And then the special rule is at the end of the command phase, so this is before any ships activate, the second player may choose 1 enemy ship at distance 1 to 3 of an objective token, remove that token from the play area, and then perform an attack against that ship. The attacker will be treated as if it is a ship with a battery armament of 4 blue dice, not friendly to any ship or squadron, and it is treated as being at medium range, cannot be obstructed, and can target any of the defender's hull zones. You also get a special critical effect out of it, and this is where the defender must choose and exhaust 1 of his defense tokens. This potentially can be devastating, especially with Cataclysm, because if you can make that stick, you get that first hit, and let's say you knock out a brace or an evade, then you hit him with an Onager shot, you might want to use 1 of those tokens.
That's correct, yeah. So there's the potential this is going to be a real surprise to one of these Recusents, because it's like having an extra ship if they're on that token. And then, of course, it's not friendly, so there's no dice modifiers from other ships that could potentially help. But when you're rolling 4 blue, I mean, like when I play the Venator and you have those spats, rolling all those blue dice, you're going to get the accuracies, you're going to get the crits, and it's always, you're not bringing up any blanks, so you never feel like you're missing out.
No, I completely agree. And then, again, with the first shot possibility here on turn 1, you activate Hondo, you get your Confire token, you spend out that to get Cataclysm to place out, and then turn 1 might have a shot here.
Yep.
Looks like he's going to go for the Recusent that is on the right flank, left from the side.
Yep. There you go. All right, we've got our first list up here. Okay, so looks like he's gotten our speeds here for us.
Yep.
All right, so we're going over the CIS here. We got the Flotilla is at speed 1. Hardtails are speed 1. Very understandable. All the Recusents are moving at speed 2. Patriot's Fist is in the middle. And that's going to be the key ship here. On the Imperial side, we've got all of his ships are moving at speed 2. They're moving in unison here. The Onager, I think on the right is Cataclysm, and the Onager on the left has Ramadi on it. And man, I think he's going to immediately, let's see where he puts his ignition token out. And he's already put an accuracy on Gunner Chief Vernalian's card. So, of course, when that activates, you're allowed to swap out a die that's on the dice pool with the die that's on Gunner Chief Vernalian's card. So he's really trying to lock down these defense tokens.
We're going to see how the rest of this game winds up going out. We're getting started here. And I just want to take a look at how this looks with all the ships kind of lined up there. And this just looks like it's going to be a mean fight.
Yes,
and
yes,
I am really looking forward to how this works. And you know what? I think we've already got Hondo, we've got Cataclysm, and we've got that first token out, looking for a round 1 shot.
I absolutely agree. King of Britons, yeah, King of Britons is going to be a fun game. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to look far to the left, but Ken's got the chat right in front of my face.
Well, I'm trying to help us all out here.
And you're doing a fantastic job. All right, so where's this objective token? Let's take a look here. Top down. Yep, so it's right in front of that asteroid. So it could be an obstructed shot, which, you know what he wants. He wants that red die.
Yeah.
So we're getting started here. Looks like we've got our first movement, so it's going to be that far right Recusent. Looks like he's staying at speed 2. I'll be curious what Adrian says that command was. Navigate on the Recusent, yep. Must have taken a token. Now, those Recusents have an amazing navigational chart.
They really do. It's amazing how quick they can turn.
They can do just wild stuff without command dials.
Definitely paying attention to exactly where things are. It looks like he might be just in or just...
It is close.
Just out of close.
Just out of close.
So almost in there. So excellent piloting by Golvin here to make sure he's not going to get those extra 4 black
Both
dice.
these players are you're gonna see just I mean, this is a Ramadi. Okay, the Ramadi Onager reveals a navigate, but like I was saying, both these players, there's no accidental maneuvers going on here. This is all on purpose, planned from the start where they're gonna land.
I am fairly positive that both of our players know exactly what they want to do and how they're going to do it. So the plan of attack has already been calculated out as soon as they got to the table. They saw what the opposing fleets are, and once everything's been deployed, we now, as a player, you know exactly what you're doing for 2 turns.
Absolutely, and he's doing our favorite large base maneuver here, that double click at the first and 1 at the second.
This is one of my personal favorite moves with a large base ship. Oh, no, he's rethinking. He wants to double check.
Checking that range. He's going to put that token out.
Yep, now there we go. Making sure it looks like we're locking it in, moving that right into play. And then we're going to see if we get that ignition token put out.
I'm assuming this Recusant's goal here is to drop off its payload and then immediately scoot out of the way, out of the front of these guys.
There we go. There's the ignition token out of Ramadi's Onager.
Wow. 2 tokens layered up. And we're getting close to that planetary ion cannon.
Yeah. So, again, as I was talking earlier, here is your opportunity to get your double tap. So you're not only, actually, this is almost like a triple tap. You're going to get your planetary ion that hits you, then you're going to get Onager number 1, then you're going to get Onager number 2.
It's going to be
hard to evade all of that.
Super rough. At least that evade will cancel 2 at extreme as long as they stay at that range, but ooh-wee, round 2. All right, we've got, looks like, what's getting revealed here? Perhaps the Gazanti. Hard cell's navigating, and the hard cell does have Martuk on it.
I would think that you're going to have Martuk probably move pretty slow in the background here.
Oh, for sure. All right, pops its parts resupply, or munitions resupply, sorry, munitions.
Give everyone your confires.
Want those re-rolls. Speed 1, just moving forward.
Yep, kind of what I would have expected here.
Yep. Now, one great thing, every single ship on this list has an evade token.
And they're just all powerhouses, too.
Yep, all those, I mean, even the hard cells will be tossing a powerful roll with Martuk. Don't even need the TRCs. Hondo, Confire, of course.
Confire.
And I think we should see an attack here.
Com's netting it over. We're probably going to overlap a few squadrons here.
Yep. Or he doesn't
now, again,
want to.
Here's an interesting situation where we have a couple squadrons on one side and not any on the other.
Absolutely. All right, we're moving things, checking where we're going to put. All right, so what's left? He's got the Gazanti and the other Onager, that's correct. And we still got to use Patriot's Fist and the other generic Recusant. This is going to line up to be an extremely heated round 3, in my opinion.
I'd agree. I would agree. Really paying attention to what is and is not going to get overlapped. Again, we've seen really good sportsmanship the entire tournament so far.
Yep, all around. Even when things get heated.
Looks like we overlapped 2 squadrons.
Yep. No big deal.
Golden putting him down.
Gazanti doesn't displace him too much. First player is CIS. So he's playing into Jason's objective here. The planetary ion cannon. The planetary ion cannons belong to the Onagers. So we've got more great stuff going on here. Who's activating next? Looks like Golvin is
probably one of the Recusants.
Planning out.
No, he's doing the Sea Rock.
Sea Rocks are moving.
Speed 1, just moving forward.
Yep. I don't want to, that's an empty. It's got no, it's just there for activation.
Jason gets up, starts looking at what he can do, making sure that he's got ample opportunity to make shots that he wants to make.
Yes.
And remember, we have to make an ignition shot before any standard shots. The only time you don't have to do that is if you're in a position where you have nothing to shoot with that ignition shot.
Never underestimated double arcing Gazanti.
You know what? I'm going to agree with that one. How many times have we seen on the channel where John knocks me out with a double Gazanti
Confire Gazanti.
Yeah.
Let me just roll 3 hits in a row here.
Yeah. And
structural damage? That's just too bad.
Yeah. And that naturally always happens, especially with it's me, because, all right, draw a crit, it's going to be a structural damage 95% of the time. Now, if John draws one, we know it's going to be projector misaligned, unless it's the second half of the game. Then he gets something where he can't shoot or use defense tokens.
Compartment fire.
I only pick projector misaligned in round 6 when it doesn't matter.
I like to do the combo where it exhausts all my defense tokens, and then I get compartment fire.
Oh, I had that happen to me once. That is never fun.
No, thank you.
And, I did not have good fire control teams there where damage teams were not able to put out that fire soon enough. So what are you going to do, guys? This is just...
abandon ship.
Yeah.
That's what you're going to do. Oh, man, he's doing some hard thinking. Nav on the Vader Gazanti.
We're really waiting.
I almost forgot Vader was on that Gazanti.
We're waiting to really do these ignition shots.
Yep.
And I think part of it is to get another potential ship in front of you to get that extra Ramadi die.
All right, this Gazanti's going. What speed is he at again? I think speed
he's
2.
At 2, but he has a nav though, so he can probably kick up to 3.
That's true. It's a dangerous 3.
It is a dangerous 3.
Those Reiki Sense will reach out and touch you. Oh, he's thinking. He's thinking hard.
A lot of thought going into this game.
Oh, yeah, that's a really good point Adrian just brought up. He's trying to get this Gazanti in position to get that extra die with Ramadi. I don't play enough Onagers in Ramadi. It's my principles.
Well, Garrett, you're just going to have to at some point try it, because sometimes you need to play a fleet to understand how to beat it.
I don't want to taste that sweet nectar, all right? I might get addicted.
You're going to continue with your Gar faction work?
Listen, I've been flying the CIS. It's just too much fun. Those Martuk fleets are... I like flying Munificence. Just a great ship.
I'm going to continue trying to perfect you, Lauren.
Patriot's Fist has revealed a Navigate.
PF, I believe, is the middle one.
Yeah, those Lauren arc fleets are something else.
It's amazing when you could do some engineering commands and give your squadrons the ability to do more work.
Yep. All right, so he's measuring out here where he's going to land this Patriot's Fist. He's got to pay attention. I think that planetary ion cannon is in distance 3, correct? 1 to 3?
Planetary ion cannon, I do believe, is distance 3, yes.
At distance 1 to 3. All right, here he comes. Ooh. Ooh. There's that double click.
Right down the seam here in the middle of the field. So, some games you want to control the center. This is definitely going to control the center with Patriot Fist sitting there. And here's where we get the fun, that maneuver chart.
It's like, I don't know if it's any different than just turning slightly right. Listfully lays to the right. All right, that's what I like to see right there.
It's an easy, roll. I think it's just to see all the droids on there. We're all on the left side of the ship, then quick ran to the right side of the ship, because in space, physics work like it's water.
That's right. This is the Star Wars universe. Ooh, what's he doing? Oh, he's checking range again. This really matters here.
Oh, the amount of firepower those 2 Onagers can go. Theoretically, they could delete all 3.
Varnellian's on our middle Onager, right?
Varnellian's on, yes, the middle one.
I got that accuracy. All right, here we go. We've lined up. Speed 3. Boosted to 3.
Now, he is in range of one of those planetary ion cannon tokens.
One or both. Could be both.
Might be both. I mean, he might be just out of the one on the left
Yep.
of our screen. He's definitely in range of the one to the right. The middle one by the station, probably not.
Navigate on the Cataclysm.
Cataclysm. So dice are coming out. They're being looked at.
Here we go.
Here's our initial
shot.
roll.
2 doubles. Here we go.
2 doubles, hand, and accuracy. That is
wow.
That's going to be fun.
Intel the redirect. And that's on Patriots Fist.
Yep.
I think he's going to add a die in. Ramadi the die.
The real question here is, do we swap out another accuracy with
Yes, he is. Oh, token. Never mind.
Confire token?
No, it's a miss. Oh, he's going for it. He's going for it. Here's the Varnellian.
There's the Varnellian.
So now there's a blank die. Brace and evade has been accuracied.
Take 5.
Wow. No black die.
No,
That's
just
as good
out of
as,
range.
That is good. That is as good as having black die
That
on
is
almost
pretty
average.
devastating, yes. Throwing
the brace. Oh, that wasn't on Patriots Fist. That was the far right reticent. Oh, I'm sorry.
Redirect.
Yep, redirect.
We know what we're talking about.
Listen, we're right until we're right, okay?
Eventually, the brace will get thrown.
That's right.
We're predicting the future.
I think that he's going to focus down on that far right reticent. It's going to be in trouble.
I suspect you're right. And look at his face down Patriot Fist with the Onager, maybe.
He's got to move around that Gazanti there or use it as a speed bump. I don't know.
I don't know. This is a tough decision to make because you could do either one. Both have an advantage in terms of what you could do. Because in one direction, you go and shoot down Patriot Fist. In the other, you go after the left side Requisite.
Yep, I think that left side Requisite's going to have to boost to 3 and really get over here.
Oh, there's another option. Ram your flotilla.
Yeah, speed bump him.
Or try and maneuver around it. A lot of decisions being made here.
Yes. Checking range.
For what it is worth, in case anyone is wondering, we have an hour and 39 minutes left in this round, in this match round.
Yep.
We are currently in turn 1. Well, I think they're called rounds individually, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
That is correct. Yeah. So it looks like he's got to decide whether he wants to bump and not take Patriot's Fist or not bump and take Patriot's Fist shot.
And this is completely, this is going to determine the strategy, I think, for the rest of the game. And we're still in, well, this is round 2 now, isn't it?
No, this is still,
round one.
This is off the rip.
Another game where we are firing at the very beginning.
Cataclysm.
Now, sooner than later, one of these days, I'm going to bring my Moff Tarkin list with Onagers and wreak havoc that way.
Passing them tokens out.
That's my favorite thing to do.
On a budget now. That point reduction.
That was totally worth it. I can use Tarkin a little bit more.
Yeah. All right, it looks like we're going for this inside turn at speed 3, I want to say. Yep. And as chat mentioned before, this is one of the chat's favorite moves somebody just mentioned. They do with the Providence.
Still making these decisions
Yeah.
on where we want to go. But these are critical moves here.
Yeah, the dice pools on these Reiki Sense with Martuk, nothing to sniff at. Onagers are not invincible. Making more choices, measuring out. That's like, you know, if you move in closer, you're going to get hit either way.
And those Requisents can definitely do damage.
I don't know
Especially
if he's,
Patriot Fist.
Yeah, I don't know if he's trying to get within close to take that away. I don't think he can, even at
it's
speed
too far
3.
out. All right, here we go. We're doing
Yep,
the
he's
speed
locked
2
in.
turn. No locks.
Speed 2, just stopping.
And now we can see where he's actually putting him. There,
Patriot's Fist, long range.
Patriot Fist.
And I can't tell if it's obstructed. I don't think so.
No, that looks perfectly clean. No, actually, Station might have him.
That's what they're looking at right now.
Yep.
I guess we'll find out when they roll the dice, eh?
Yep.
The
Commanders, Ramadi and Martuk.
A couple of red dice demons.
Yeah, both of them designed to throw extra dice. Martuk when you have shields. Ramadi when you have obstructed shots.
Oh, they're getting
judge being called. This is too close to call for the players.
The obstruction's important here. One gets the dice, one loses the dice.
Yeah, actually.
Yeah.
So we're going to wait and see.
Round
Our
one,
Judge
judge
Dennis
call.
comes in. So this is the second judge call for the day.
All right, he's taking a look here. All right. Our expert judge is taking a look.
Don't have a good shot here of what their measure is going to stay at the overhead.
All right. The determination was obstructed, unobstructed. No obstruction. That's big for Patriots Fist. Huge
and we have people
call.
walking with Kowakian monkey lizards on their shoulders.
That's what I'm talking about.
That is all the fun you get to see here at AdeptiCon. So you should come by and check out all the interesting characters here.
I'm ready to cook some of those like in The Mandalorian. Wow. So
I
no
think I'd
Armada
want one
dice.
as a pet.
You want one of the, I mean, you kind of are a crime lord, so. Ken the Hut.
Ken the Hut. I need a couple more burgers to become Ken the Hut.
That's true. I've already made it. Garrett the Hut. All right, so he's going to reveal that other recusant. Navigate. Yep. Yeah, just like I thought, he needs to get in there. So I'm guessing he's going to boost to 3 and really whip around.
I kind of get the impression that this is going to be round 1 setup for round 2 and 3 utter destruction.
Yep.
I'm willing to bet this game could potentially end in a tabling.
Yeah.
Although with Martuk kind of hiding behind there in the hard cell, maybe not. But I think the bulk of the combat
Could
is
run
going to
away.
happen in round 2 and 3.
Yeah, round 3 I think is going to be critical. Oh, is he going to stay at 2? Oh, maybe.
It looks like he can squeeze in there, not ram himself.
All right, he's making sure he can do this perfectly. A little bit of hover.
Marking it.
All right. Listen, I trust Golvin. All right, he's got a plan.
Tight formation flying
Yep.
on those recusants.
He'll have to jump over that asteroid. All right, looks like all we've got left now is squadrons, I think.
Probably have a couple squadrons because I think all the other ships have been moved. And then we're going to get into round
Yep,
2.
Here we go. We're moving. And those are going to do some damage. He's not going to waste a bunch of flak trying to destroy those. So as long as he stays in those front arcs, they're just going to be rolling dice. What was that squad ball again? Let me bring that up.
Let's pull that up so that we can see what we have here.
Yeah, Jason. All right. Yeah, so we had Sienna, Tell, Valen, and the Lamba. So I think they're all blue dice or non-bombers, right?
I think you're right.
Yep, Sienna's blue. Tell is blue. And Valen.
Got a Lambda in there, and what was the other one?
Valen, I think.
That's right, Valen Rudor. Yep, all single blues.
Yep. And it looks like, oh yeah, I forgot to check, but yeah, all the ignition tokens were put out, so that's good. That looks like the Lambda.
So we're going to go here into round 2, I believe.
Yep. All right, they're going to set up their new command dials.
So while we go into round 2, I'm going to let Adrian come back into the booth and talk with Garrett for a second.
All right. Bye, Ken. And hello, Adrian.
Well, hello, Garrett.
All right, Adrian. We've had quite a bit of setup here in round 1. What do you think is going through Ramadi's mind right now?
Honestly, there's a lot of measuring going on. I really think that they're trying to optimize. Obviously, Ramadi is trying to optimize his obstruction, trying to predict where these really maneuverable recusants are going to be, so that he can optimize the number of dice he rolls in. I mean, a lot of measuring.
Yeah, that station call was big.
That was a really big
CIS
call,
player.
especially facing Patriot's Fist.
Oh, it looks like we're measuring out.
Yep, the rulers are coming out again. I think the Onagers are in a good place. They've set up some really decent shots right now, especially with the CIS player being first. There's just no good solution. I mean, you're just going to move in, and the tokens are really close to one another over there. There's going to be a really bad day happening for one of those recusants here in a moment.
Now, do you think? So the planetary ion cannon happens after the command phase. So
that's
we'll
right.
See if he decides to pop him here.
I can't see why he wouldn't.
Yeah.
Soften up the shield that he's going to be shooting.
That's right.
Because you can pick any hull zone with planetary ion cannon, and that's just the way to go.
Yeah, the Patriot's Fist is in the middle, so he's that lead recusant right now.
Yep, he's on the other side of the station, right near where the squads are, right in his front arc, where you see Merrick and Jendon.
Yep.
So, that's Patriot's Fist, and unobstructed from the station.
Now, you can pop all 3 planetary ion cannons at once if you want, or is it just one?
That's not right. No, actually, you choose one token and remove it to choose any hull zone of a ship within 3 and make that attack.
That's a generous distance.
Yeah, traditional wisdom is, if it's a ship that's got 1 or 2 shields on the back, you throw it on the back and try to make them spend some defense tokens.
But here he goes.
Oh, there's a roll.
We got a roll. It happened on the table, though.
That was on the table,
Can't
though.
Quite see.
Hang on, I'm gonna just mention
we'll see
to
if
see if we can get him in the tray.
See there. We're gonna see if we can get this dice roll. I can't quite tell from this camera angle. They're thinking real hard. All right, they're gonna move him for us. Perfect. Huge thank you. All right, look at this roll. That's 3 damage and accuracy. He got that blue crit, so he can choose to exhaust one of those defense tokens.
Yep.
Big deal. Big deal.
That's correct.
And this, do we know if this was on Patriot's Fist? I
did not hear which one, but it looks like it's not the Patriot's Fist. He chose a different one.
Well, he already shot at that other ship already, so maybe that's why.
Yeah, he's probably trying to soften up that ship that he damaged already further. And, I think the writing's on the wall that Onager is going to take that shot. And if he moves closer, it just plays right into the Onager's hand.
Yes. Well, this is critical right now.
Yep.
All right, so he's trying to decide. So he's got 3 damage. He is going to raise that damage to 2.
Yep.
And he's going to take.
He's going to take.
All right, we're just. Okay. So he's taking a face up. Oh, so he's not doing the blue crit from the planetary ion cannon. Okay, so it looks like what's happened here is he didn't take the blue crit from planetary ion cannon. He was able to get through, I think, the front shields of that wreck after that Onager shot from last round.
That's right.
He's taking a crew panic critical.
Oh, that's not great. That is not great,
Crew
especially
panic.
when he's getting set up to when he's getting set up to get shot by that Onager.
Yeah, you can't ready defense tokens, right? That's
I think
panic?
that's correct.
I'm not as slick with the graphics here as Kins is. Sorry, guys. Oh, man. That's 2 damage at the critical right now.
Yeah, that's pretty big. That's a great use of planetary ion cannon. That's going to soften up that recusant by a bit.
Yep, and that token is oh, we said it was outside of close, right? Just
yeah,
barely?
just.
Oh, man.
So he's going to probably have to move all the other stuff. It looks like he's activating Patriot's Fist, and he's going to try to get some damage off. Con fire on Patriot's Fist. Gee, that's a big surprise.
Here we go.
All right,
He
so
takes con fire.
Yep.
Man. All right. Takes nav. Oh.
All right. Tykes gives him a nav token.
He's going full
Sounds
nav
good.
now. All right, here we go. We're getting some dice.
All right, so here comes the dice. He's gathering up his pool, and he's going to make the roll.
Native roll.
All right, good. There's a double on there. That's
double.
4 already.
Patriot's Fist.
He's going to add in
Here they
the
come.
Patriot's Fist right now, I'm guessing. Yep. Here comes the Patriot's Fist roll.
Wow,
Oh,
2 more criticals.
2 crits.
No accuracies,
All right.
though.
No, and let's see about that con fire. He's rolling a red.
Man.
Interesting.
Another critical.
Crit. And what else is he rolling in here?
Adding in a blue. Oh,
For the
Martuk.
Martuk.
The
Yep.
blue's the con fire.
Yep.
LTTs, I think. Yep, LTT to blank.
Oh, to a blank. Okay. Well, you know, that's still.
Wow, that is. That's Patriots Fist for you, man.
Oh, Jiminy Christmas. All right.
So, evaded.
Yep.
Oh, he's attacking the Gazanti, and it took it out. Gazanti
Took
destroyed. Yeah, I
it
wasn't sure
out.
what he was shooting at.
Yeah,
so he did take that Gazanti out.
took out the scatter, and I mean, there goes one source of obstruction.
That was Vader too.
It was Vader.
No more
yeah,
rerolls.
No more rerolls.
Big roll. Yeah, the recusant in the top left of the screen is the one that critical.
Yep. All right, so let's see how fast he chooses to go with Patriot's Fist.
Oh my gosh.
If he goes too
rolling
fast,
3?
well, here's the deal: Patriot's Fist, medium to long range, right? Yeah,
Yep.
those dice, so he doesn't want to. He can't roll against the same.
You want to hit
against an Onager up close
You
with
want
the
to hit
Patriots.
those brakes?
Yeah, I would think. But then again, if you hit the brake, you are right in that sweet spot for the super weapon.
Yep. I agree. It was smart killing Vader off the rip.
Yep,
there.
in the chat, they are definitely saying killing Vader was very smart. Absolutely. Officer Vader's one of my favorites. I mean,
he saved a ton of dice
yes,
fixing.
he can be the savior of a bad roll.
All right, so we're making our measurement here. I don't know if maybe he's dropping a 1. I don't know if he had a token or the command. Oh, he tykes. He's got a token.
Yep, he does have a token, so he can definitely slow. And actually, well, it's not going to help him with Ramadi to get that obstruction on the station.
That's right.
But
all that measuring. Well, I guess no, it mattered because he got that beautiful shot on the Gazanti.
Yep.
Yeah, I guess, in the end, it was the Gazanti that got shot.
Yeah. You know, though, he could Patriot's Fist the other Onager as it moves out, because that front arc is so wide. And actually, if that Onager way on the side, way off, if Ramadi himself moves forward, he could be double arced.
Yep. And so chat's right. If he gets a double arc, it's just as good. But it does not look like he's going to have the double arc unless the Onager moves into it.
That's pretty close. Yeah, the Onager, if it moves forward 1, I think might have that
he'll have
double.
to turn in hard.
Yes.
Which is going to make him really vulnerable to that backup backup Recusant.
Yes.
It's 3 Recusants on the field is rough.
That's
oh my gosh.
yeah, that's definitely a thing.
All right, so he's got to decide where he's going to go with the Onagers here or the Gazanti.
Yeah. That Gazanti is not in a great place.
It is not. That's right. Oh, man.
Let's see what's going on.
Let me
Some
see.
measurements going on.
Nav command.
Nav command on that flotilla.
Did
Just
Jason
moving on.
pass?
I'm sorry?
Did Jason use a pass token?
I did not see.
Did they pass? Pass
Okay,
token
there was a
used.
pass token. Okay, that's why.
Yep.
All right,
Smart
let's
move.
see what happens. We may see.
Yep. You're right, chat. Most bizarre angles and yet the best. I love them. especially the Munificence. Oh man, here we go. So he's moved that C-Rock Gazantia, just buying time.
Yep. I'm wondering if he has dialed up a nav command on that Gazanti, because if you could throw Merrick and Jendon at the damaged Recusant and maybe make them think twice or put the hurt on him a little bit, that might be the difference.
Here we go.
For that super weapon shot. All right,
this is Ramadi's Onager.
All right, Ramadi's going.
Did he have it? I think it's
I don't know what
he's gathering dice here.
Has he revealed?
I think he's going to take that shot at that injured Recusant.
All right.
What a shot.
Whoa.
Oh, wow. Oh, my gosh. He's got the accuracy.
Man, break out the green gum. That's some doubles.
Ooh,
double hit.
7
double
with an accuracy.
Ugh.
Does he have any dice?
Let's see what
he does.
Yeah, he's got the accuracy. Did Gunnery Chief? I don't
Gunnery
remember.
Chief's on the other ship.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. Not on the Ramadi.
This is Ramadi.
Wow, that's a sick shot.
Absolutely fantastic.
7. And I don't hear he's tapping. I think he's in tapping intel.
Yep.
And
or no, he tapped
sensor teams.
Yes,
oh no, double brace.
Wow.
What the heck? Well, that's 6 crit enabled.
Brace evade.
Brace evade.
And we are at extreme range.
Yep. All right.
So he's going to deal out some damage here. Critical first.
Face up. Structural
damage. So that's a bonus to it. So that's 1, 2. He's got 3, 2.
Oh.
2,
6
3, 4,
cards.
5, 6, 7. He's at 8 damage right now. That Recusant has 9 hull points, right?
6 total.
6 total? Is it 6?
I believe.
Well, plus the 2 he's already got.
Oh, is it on the same? On the same ship?
Yeah, he's definitely laying into that same
far
right Recusant.
You're right. Yep, you're right.
He's got 1 hull point left.
One.
Oh,
no,
no,
he's done.
It's 8 damage.
8 on a Recce. Yep.
That's been popped.
Unreal.
Wow. What a Onager shot.
Jason said that was one.
Wow.
All right. So Jason, the player, the Imperial player, wanted it to be known that he feels the dice roll was luck. I don't know, man. If you put yourself in a position to make that roll.
And have sensor team on board.
I'll quote one of my favorite movies, 13th Warrior, when Bolvi, the Viking chieftain, says that luck will often save a man if his courage hold. And I don't know, man. That was a roll and a half.
Adrian coming over here with the poetic inspiration.
The poetic Edda. And now let's see where he moves.
Guys. Back to the table.
All right.
So that Recusant got removed, and so now the Onager is preparing to move.
Yep, let's see where he moves.
So I was so excited watching the table.
I know, right?
I forgot to switch the camera back.
Quite a contrast. Our first match was a chess battle. This second match on the top table, all dice, all the time.
Engine tech.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Man.
This Patriot's Fist is about to get blasted. And like I was saying, these Onagers are not to be trifled with.
Nope.
All right, he's putting that token
Jiminy
out.
Christmas. Yeah, just on the other side. So when that other Onager moves in, he'll have a choice.
Yep.
Smart.
Pat's Fist is first player, so he's going to shoot and move. So he might not have that shot anyways.
Yep. You know, if those Reckies that are fully capable of doing this can eat through that front shield, they may have a shot.
They
especially
do.
But I can't tell if Patriot's Fist is out of close with that Onager, but I think he dodged the front arc. Believe it or not. As I look at that shield line overhead.
Yeah, from this angle, it looks like he is only in the side.
Wow, that's unfortunate.
All right, we're revealing our next ship. Navigate is being revealed.
All right. Yep, that makes
on
sense.
Martuk's hard
Yep.
cell. He's going to need them red dice off this hard cell now.
Man, if I were him, I think I would hard turn and accelerate out of that front arc of that Recce. Oh, but he's going
maneuver.
1. Interesting.
Wow.
Okay.
He's trying to stay that extreme range.
Yeah.
To use that evade token.
Yep.
Oh. All right, he's revealing Cataclysm now.
Yep.
And I believe he's going to declare an attack on Patriot's Fist. Okay.
All right.
Yep. Using the nav dial, Cataclysm. All right, here we go. Dice roll.
Yep. Dice being rolled. Here's the super weapon shot.
He's gathering it. And I don't think.
Did he use the tray? No, he's still measuring.
Are we
He's still
checking
measuring.
obstruction over this dot? I think is what's happening.
Yeah, I think he's checking for some kind of obstruction, but I think they already checked that. So
Well, this requisite moved onto the station, and as long as it crosses through that cardboard to that dot, it'll be obstructed.
Yep.
We're about to find out here. Here we go.
Yep.
Here's the native
Here's the
roll.
roll.
All right, so
Man.
it doesn't look like obstruction unless he has another red for us.
But all those accuracies on the super weapon are pretty darn good.
Yes.
Now, no way for Vader to help out because obviously, very shrewdly taken out earlier.
Now I wonder if he'll take the time.
So let's see what he's got.
Gather an accuracy and put back on Vernelian and just.
Yep,
and just
maybe.
give it to him.
That might be the smart move.
All right, we got some choices to make here. He's going to use Intel Officer, Intel the Brace.
Intel the Brace. Okay.
All right. So it was obstructed. He added the Ramadi. So that's an additional damage. 5 damage. Intel to offer the Brace.
There's 5.
2 accuracies.
Yep. And he accuracies. Yep. He traded it out.
Okay. Oh, he took a black die. He took a black die out.
Tough choices.
So he's got to really. I'm guessing he's going to be burning that Brace, but I just get. Cause he's gonna go first and leave. So.
Yeah. Yep.
Putting squads back. Remarkable.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. He's.
So he's using that redirect.
He is going to use the redirect. So it looks like the Intel Officer was on the redirect again, as per the usual arrangement. He had Intel Officered the redirect earlier.
I think he said it. I thought the Intel Officer the Brace and then accuracy, salvo, and.
Did he?
Evade.
Okay. Gotcha. That might be a ram.
It might be a ram that he wants.
Could be. I mean, the Onager is, while it is a test bed, it is still a 10 hull ship.
Yep.
That is the clunk.
Ram. Yep.
And so for those of you seeing the tool crossing, it is because of the ram.
So that is the first damage card on the Recusant Patriot's Fist. All right, he is moving that ignition token
and
out
then the
to place.
token goes down. Yep.
That long range ignition.
Yep, he's putting it behind that Recusant because he's trapped and can't move with that big base. He's putting that token behind the ship to try to catch some of the other ships because Ramadi.
Yep.
If he can get those back ships, there's no help for that other Recce blocking the way.
So chat's got a question. What is the logic of taking out a blank red and putting a blank black on Vernelian?
Well, because how I've done it in the past is if you load a black in on the trade out and you have an ability to re-roll, you can re-roll that black.
Absolutely.
And 75% chances you get a hit.
And that's
so
why.
They are workmen's. So that's kind of how it works.
You're going to get that double black a lot easier than a double red.
Yeah, 100%. But it's a good question because why would you?
Yep.
And it's if you can take a red out that's got a lower probability of getting your hit.
Navigate on that outside Recusant.
Okay, here we go. Nav. Lots of big bases jamming up. It's turning into a scrum.
Yep.
This is like a rugby match that everybody wants to watch.
Yeah.
A lot of big boys, button heads.
And we got a wreck down. I mean, that planetary ion cannon, that cataclysm shot round 1, and the cleanup shot. That was devastating to the CIS fleet here.
Yeah, I mean, Martuk can throw the dice. So, I mean, you really need to put the hurt on him, and he's doing a good job of it right now.
Oh, and everybody in chat, if you could, drop a like on the stream. It helps push it out further on YouTube. More people can watch this awesome Armada content.
Sweet.
Yeah, those accuracies were good in that roll to use, though, because that really limited what he could do.
That's right. Plus, with that intel officer, it's just you take your pick. There's, I mean, there's no good choice really. You know.
Stripping them shields.
Yep.
For next round.
All right, let's see if we can make this. This is going to be interesting.
This is going to be very tight.
Yep.
I would almost try and do an inside turn if I was him.
Yeah, I think you're right. But there's that rock there. I mean, if he can go fast enough to get around it, if he's going speed 3.
True.
I mean, that...
He's trying to get in position for a double arc.
Sure. But I think he could get it. I think if he can make that hard enough turn and go straight down and past the rock, that arc is so wide, and there's a slight angle to it, I think he can get a double.
I agree. Oh, man.
Which is key for the non-Patriot Fist wreck.
Oh, yeah. That ship is more important than ever now.
Yep.
Interesting choices. That large base is long.
Yeah, it's gonna be rough.
Oh, he's
locking it in. Let's see what happens.
Oh,
definitely gonna run over the squad,
on
right?
the edge of my seat right now.
There he goes. All right, let's see. Oh,
he
made
land?
it.
He's
He
at
made
speed 3.
Nope.
Beautiful. And that asteroid is out of the way. Wow.
Yep.
What a
Great flying.
land.
Great flying.
And he's got that Onager doubled.
Yep. And then here goes the squad. He's probably gonna put it.
Yep.
Oh, in the back. That's interesting. Okay. Less shields?
Oh,
no,
maybe not.
front.
All right.
Okay.
Wow.
All right.
Wow. Great flying.
Decisions made.
Absolutely great flying.
Yep. All right. Looks like we're revealing a dial, probably on the other Kazanti.
Navigate on the Gazanti.
Sounds good. Maybe to try to get out of the way. I mean, I would. Do you really want to be there if you're a Gazanti? 2 shots out the front.
We got a rice roll. That's 2 damage. All right, he's trying to decide what defense token to use here.
Yep.
Looks like he's just taking the damage.
Yep.
So that's a Ramadi Gazanti
Ramadi
dice roll.
Gazanti die roll. Okay.
So he redirected the shields from the front to the side. Now he's just lost his shields on the front here.
Oh, here's another roll.
This is his side arc.
Yep. For another hit crit. Man, death of 1,000 cuts.
Yep. Con fire token for that from that munitions resupply.
Sure.
Or I don't know where you got that. Maybe
No, he didn't have munitions. I don't know what he had. Oh, I think he took a token con fire from his first round.
Yep. I think that was what was going on. Kazanti, killer of ships,
crit.
taker of names.
What is it?
Critical. Find out from Ken here on the floor. Shield failure.
Oh man.
On Patriot's Fist.
He's drawing terrible critical. I mean,
This
there's
is
no good
rough.
crit.
This is not.
But this is not a.
If I had to pick some crits, it wouldn't be that one.
Oh, never.
So I think he's sitting on 3 face down damage on that Refusen now.
And there's that funky turn that big base ships love to do.
The Gazanti's rolling in hard here.
But he's doing it on the Gazanti.
Wow. Ramadi Gazantis.
Right.
Imagine if he would have had a Confire command dial.
You know what? How crazy is this? He's gonna go right into the front arc and almost like he just does not care.
Yep. He's speed bump his Gazanti. He doesn't care. He's locking those ships in for that Onager kill box.
Also true.
Yep.
Man, you know. Wow.
Incredible.
Yep. And even as first player, there's no good decision.
Looks
it's
like
just
we're
taking a roll on a. Is it squad phase?
It must be squad.
Must
phase.
be squad
That's
phase
correct.
because that's a blue coming in.
So that's a hit.
And
blue non-bomber hit.
Yep.
He's flying.
That was either Tell or Valen. Tell Trevura. Okay.
Another hit.
Oh, Valen.
Valen Rudor.
Man.
Sienna.
Okay.
All right, we still got Valen and the Lamba left.
Yeah.
This must be Valen here.
Yep.
And he just moved.
Away. How is that? Oh, because Tell is rogue. Valen is not rogue.
Maybe that's why. I don't know. I'll have to.
Huh?
Lambda moving.
Okay.
Interesting. All right. All right. So now we're moving into round 3.
All right, round 3.
Yep. We're setting new command dials for
Yep.
round 3.
Setting up those command
Let's
dials.
see if I can not mess this up here.
Here's my thing, Garrett. I'm not going to touch the controls because if I do, everything is going to turn to static, and Ken's going to come back.
I'm extremely
Kick
ready.
us out of the chairs.
Look how I've changed the number.
Make
to
some
3.
angry faces about how we've messed up all his careful programming.
Great success.
Great success. All right, so this is just a horrible scrum to be in if you're the CIS player.
Yeah,
I mean,
this is rough.
So Garrett, here's a question for you. You're the CIS player staring this configuration down. What's your plan, especially looking at Patriots? I think he did a really skillful job, the Onager player, of getting out of the double arc. What is your what's the good choice here? I mean, do you Patriots fit? You can't Patriots fist because you're close.
Patriot fist is
Right.
Patriots has got to go now. And he's got to run. He's got a speed 3 run.
But look how close he is to the edge of the mat.
Yep.
I don't think that he's going to be able to make that turn. If he does make that turn with the big base, I think he's going to clip the Onager and stay in place.
I think speed 3, he can double click. If he has a nav command, he can double click, and he'll make that turn.
I'll take your word for it. So you think he goes and he takes a side shot at the one Onager and then a front at the other?
And then he's going to take, and that's why he moved his squadrons to that spot. So that when they land, they'll displace him and be on the base of that recusant. That was the move.
Man.
Very smart.
Yep, really good. All right, looks like we're going to get a roll here.
All right, here, planetary ion cannon.
Yep, planetary ion cannon. Don't know what he's targeting yet.
Definitely Patriots fist.
I'm guessing.
Have to guarantee.
Oh, Jiminy Christmas! His dice are on fire. All right.
Let's see if he takes the critical. I think he might just do another face up. Honestly.
Yeah, I think that's right.
I think that's what's happening here.
Yep. And what is the face up? Not sure. Oh, it's is it structural? Oh, structural. Man.
Wow.
So that's 7 cards on Patriots
He's got
fist.
1 health left.
7 cards. So I think we know that he's going to go with Patriots fist. He has to. 7 cards.
I hope he's got an engineering. I don't know.
I don't. If he's got an engineering, he's only going to get 1 of those off. I mean, wow.
Wow. All right, here we go. He's going to reveal.
Yep.
Tykes.
Con fire.
Tykes, con fire.
All right. Let's see what happens. Let's see what the roll is. Man, it's tough. He's got to whittle down those Onager shields so that the others can come back clean up, if they can.
All right, he doesn't have a double. He's got 1 in each arc, so he's going to take a shot at both.
Yep, 1 in each arc. So let's see what happens first. He's gathering the dice pool. I'm guessing
like a side shot.
Yeah, probably the side shot. It's a lot of dice. We'll figure it out in a second. Oh, that's a good roll.
That's a front shot.
Yeah, that's the front shot. Okay.
Yep.
Yep. So it looks like there's a blank in there. I don't know what the other one is. Looks like
5 damage. It's a critical.
Yep.
A double and then 3 damage.
Yep.
Adding
in the con fire. That makes it 6. I think.
That's a Martuk, and then he's got another.
Oh, the
dice
Martuk.
to add.
Right. You're right. All right.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 native damage right now.
6 right now. Is he going to roll in the con fire?
He's con firing in a black.
Yep, black. Makes sense.
Yep.
Oh, blank. Didn't help him.
He's got a con fire token to spin.
Okay.
Tykes.
There you go.
He gets a hit.
All right, and that's key because now it's 7, so
Yep.
it becomes 4 damage, and obviously he's going to do the brace, right?
Yeah. Oh, he has
come
to.
on.
And there's no ECMs.
Right. Not on those things.
7 damage to the front.
Yep.
And that'll open it up to that second recusant.
Yep.
All right, here we go.
So, and here's the question. Well, let's see what his second attack is, but my guess is that he's not going to shoot Patriot's Fist. He's going to get the obstruction on the other ship with Ramadi.
Yep.
And take that shot first. And then let Cataclysm go after.
That's true. The Onagers do have salvo.
Yep.
He wants that second shot off Patriot's Fist. I bet he's going to actually that salvo. I wish I knew.
Oh.
But he's trying to decide still. He's going through in his head
That's
right now.
That's a good call. That's a good call. Because he's on fire right now.
Yep.
He wants that second shot.
Incredible.
Yep. A little bit of tactics here, because how long can he stay around to get those shots on target and soften up the onagers? Boy, this is rough.
It's a tough spot. I got to say, the onagers definitely,
They're in a good shape. They're in good position.
They're almost undamaged. All right,
Brace redirect. So he did lock down the salvo. Makes
Brace
sense.
and redirect.
That was a good call, Garrett. Yeah, I mean, that salvo could have ended him right there before the second shot.
All right, so he put that damage on the left and probably took 2 in the front.
Okay,
So
here comes the other one. Here comes the other
go.
shot. Gathering the
dice.
pool. See what we got.
Double accuracy.
Okay, well, it's not bad.
All right, Martuk.
Here comes Martuk. Oh, all right, and that might be it.
No
salvo. Okay.
Yep, that's the move.
Yep.
All right, now we're gonna see if this Reggie can get out of this spot.
Yeah. Now it's going to be a move.
Brace to 1.
Okay.
So 1 damage probably to the front of that Onager.
Yep.
Oh, and he redirected it.
Okay.
That's fair. There's no other shots.
That is fair,
really
because
to put on
the
him.
other recce has a double arc on his front, I believe.
Yep.
And so that's going to be, he's going to have to take that.
And an obstructed side shot's going to be nothing from that.
Yep.
Reggie.
Now let's see if he can get out of it. Oh, interesting.
He's
going to
that
make
way.
that turn. Oof. Oofda.
That's what I'm saying. Those Recce synths can move, man.
But I mean, they can move. How close is too close to that edge? Even with that last click of double,
you're right.
with a big base, that's some tight flying.
The chances of this guy getting away now, though, are slim to none. 1
Yeah.
damage left. He's got no shields from that shield failure crit.
Yep.
I don't want to be too pessimistic, but I feel like it's over for Pat's Fist.
Yeah. I think you're right. I mean,
Yep. So we got
I
the
don't
turn
think he's
there.
out enough. Yeah.
Yep, at speed 3.
Yep. So Cataclysm does have a side shot on him, though.
Yeah. Listen,
That's a wide side arc on
it's
those Reckies.
2
Or on the
squadrons to
Onagers.
throw blues at him.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's right. He can move in those squadrons, too.
Yep. All right.
Oh, interesting. Look at that.
Yep.
Did you see him measure the obstruction onto the injured Patriot Fist from the other Onager? But that is a side shot.
Nav. Okay, so Nav on Cataclysm.
On Nav on Ramadi.
Cataclysm, yeah.
Yep.
All right, so here he goes. We got a dice roll coming.
All right. Interesting.
This is the ignition shot.
Oh, the accuracies he's getting on the red dice.
This is a heck of a dice roller,
Heinous.
Man. Yep, medium range shot.
All right, so let's see what happens.
6 damage.
6 damage and an accuracy.
He
Intel the
opposite
redirect.
of the redirect. Yep, he just wants him to take it.
More dice rolling. Here comes
Ramadi +1.
Ramadi for that extra one. Oh, that's an 8.
That's an important thing. Everyone at home, Int Officer has to be declared before you do any dice modification or adding.
Correct, that initial pool. And the redirect is actually really smart, trying to drill through that one shield zone.
Accuracy the brace.
Accuracy
so we've
the
Intel the
brace.
redirect, accuracy
Yep.
the brace.
Yep.
Evade,
he
reroll,
evaded the double, so that reduced it to 1,
Yep.
but still 4 through.
5 damage.
All right, let's
He's
see
got
what
some
happens
choices
here.
to make here.
Yeah.
And still, Gazanti's still got a double arc too.
That's right. All right, so there goes all the shields on the side.
Yep.
You redirected it, threw it.
Shields
Yep,
are
makes sense.
down on that
Shields
front and
are
right.
down. Oy. Oy vey. All right. Now, I'm guessing the side shot.
Yep, 0 front, 0 side confirmed.
Let's see if the side shot is thrown at Patriot's Fist.
All right.
Looks like that's what's
That's
happening.
3
Oh,
damage.
and it's 3.
Side shot. Patriot's Fist.
Yep.
All right.
So let's see what happens.
Decisions here. He does have some defense tokens left,
Yeah,
but
and
all
he's
he needs
already
is
exhausted.
one of the hole.
That's right.
So the lower one, this one shield on the side.
Yep.
Kiddick reroll
There we go.
or evade reroll.
Evade reroll, but back into a damage. So he's got a
So-
shield on that side,
Right,
but I think that is that it.
Salvo.
Oh,
he
salvo.
did salvo back.
Yep.
With 2 damage.
On the side, but shields on the side.
Yep.
That's
Patriots-
and that Patriots Fist is done.
She done.
He had that card. Yep. Man. Oh, and now he's going to move, and he doesn't care because if he obstructs his buddy, that's just more dice.
Yep.
Oh, this
And
is
insult
just
to injury, he's going to take that
horrible.
1 damage card back off from the
he will.
station.
Man, this was just some crazy. I mean, it's almost like the Onagers cannot lose in this scenario. Wow.
I gotta say, if I was to do this over again, I think I would have took my Recusants in closer in a box formation to layer my shots.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and honestly, if you're looking at a couple turns
Speed
ahead, because I
2.
think that we know that Onager is going to get a really, really good shot on
Speed
that
2 with an nav command.
recce. Yep. I think that that flotilla is going to have a tough time getting away. The hard sell, they're tough, but I just think it's moving in the wrong direction. I mean,
and it's only
he-
round 3. He's got time to move those Onagers and then get them both
Yep.
into ignition.
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if he made the shot on the recusant and then made a hard left.
Mhm.
And I'm guessing he's going to nav.
Absolutely.
He's been navving this whole time and using. Why con fire when Ramadi gives you the die?
Exactly.
You just move into that obstruction,
And like they
and
say,
you have
when
the
in
flexibility.
doubt, navigate out.
That's absolutely correct.
He's doing a lot of measuring here. I
Yep.
think he's thinking about that future shot of the Recusant running. So he's
Mhm.
going to try to make sure he can get that angle in.
Yep. So he's going to move on. He's going to run over his own squad. He doesn't care. Right onto the station, like you said, he's going to remove that card and effectively
There we go.
obstruct his buddy, which he wants.
Yep.
Now the interesting thing will be, I mean, hopefully it's a nav command, because if he turns left, he's going to have to turn hard. And there's a rock there, but he may not care. Hard sell Onager.
Top tier Onager play.
Yep.
Yep. All right, so he's placing out his ignition token here.
Yep. Oh, interesting. Okay, so that Onager actually rammed him and landed on the station. Okay, nice. And then doesn't get the card because of the station. Puts his puts his ignition token right in front, because here comes the hard sell. So if the hard sell moves too fast, he might get within range of that token.
Yep.
This is some classic Onager destruction.
Even if the hard sell turns far right, that other Onager will catch him. And if he turns far left, that other Onager will catch him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Man.
Wow, this is an unenviable position. You know, just sometimes the dice don't go your way, and with some skillful positioning, it's just a bad day, and there's nothing you can do about it.
This planetary ion cannon was a serious.
Yeah, that certainly
I did
helped.
not see it having that much impact, but
Me
he
neither.
rolled 3 die off the rip and then 4 more die.
Yep, I think there's a roll coming up.
Oh, yep. Switching over here.
Yep.
This looks like our Recusant.
Yep, accuracy, 3 dice in. That's pretty good.
All right.
Anytime there's an accuracy and some damage, that's some good stuff.
Good roll.
Yep.
He's adding in.
Adding in
Martuk.
Martuk for a blank. Adding in, Confire token, maybe, or no, Confire.
That was
and
the
the
token
token.
spin.
Yep. All right,
Also
so
in a
there's
Confire Commando.
command and token.
Oh, it's 5
5?
damage with an accuracy.
Yeah, 5 and accuracy is nice. All right.
Side to front of the Onager.
Yep. And let's see what he wants to do. I thought I saw him tap intel, so I don't know if he intel'd something. We can ask Ken.
We can.
Hey,
Intel
Ken, do you
officer?
know, did he intel one of those tokens on this shot? Unsure.
Yep. Yep. That's what he
Salvo.
did.
Okay.
Intel to salvo.
Yep. Makes sense.
He's burning it.
Yep, and he's burning it, which makes sense. Do some more damage.
Yep. We're going to see this salvo shot here.
Yep. Soon.
Projector
misaligned.
Critical
Whoa.
on the front of the Onager.
Yeah.
So that removes the side with the most shields, loses all of his shields.
That's correct.
Probably would have been a side at this point.
Yeah.
Right
Yep.
side of the Onager is at 0 shields. Front is at 0 shields.
Eh?
Let's see. All right, here comes the salvo shot.
Yep. All right, salvo.
1 hit.
1.
No Ramadi. Remember, no dice adding on salvos.
That's correct. He's pulling the blue.
Wow. So the front Onager's
Yep.
got 0, 0 on the front and right, and 1 on the back and left.
Yep.
Brace to 1.
Yep. All right. We knew this was going to be a bloodbath, and we
All right.
knew that there was going to be lots of damage. Okay.
He's about to sink this Gazanti.
Yep, here we go.
There it is.
Oh!
And he's got the accuracy.
And he's got it. Oh, my
Yep.
goodness gracious. There it goes. Yep.
Yep. 5.
And what else?
Martuk.
Martuk. Just because?
So 5 damage. He blocks that scatter.
Oh, that's right. That's enough.
He's gonna evade.
Sure, but even if you re-roll, I guess he could re-roll into some blanks, I guess.
He ditched it. 4 damage. Goes through the shield. 3 to the hole.
Gazanti out.
All right, so the Gazanti is done.
At this point, it's let's get as many points as I can.
Impressive
and try to
comeback for this Recusant right now.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
That was good.
I'm surprised he lived.
Speed 3. That
Speed
hard
3.
cell still got it shot, and now that Onager is really damaged.
Yep. He's running over some squads. This is not going to be wonderful. The squads are going to play cleanup here, I think, a little bit.
Yeah, we got a game again here.
Yep.
I was looking really doomsday there for a while.
And actually, as first player, I think he's got a double arc on the side of that Onager. Onager. I think it's
possibly. Either way, he's not in danger of that other Onager now.
Yep.
Let's
yeah,
go.
the talk in the chat is all about I want to buy those red dice. Yeah, me too. Those red dice are normally swingy, but these red dice rolls, always in accuracy and damage, amazing.
We got to navigate on Ramadi's Onager.
That, great
here.
foresight. He's going to make a shot, and then he's going to turn in hard toward that hard cell.
Yep.
You know what? And if he turns extra.
No ignition shot. No ignition
shot. Okay.
Nothing's in arc.
Well, interestingly enough, if you don't have that ignition shot, you can pick up the token and take a front shot if you've got it.
Yes.
And it's just, it just has to be the first shot if you have one.
I think that Gazanti will definitely be in range. That's what he's checking right now.
He's in the front arc, absolutely. So here comes the front arc, which isn't all that great on a test bed.
No, it's not. It's not. What is a front arc on a test bed?
You know what? I can't remember because it's so
3
seldom
reds
used.
and a blue.
That's right.
All right, here we go. We're about to find out.
Yep, that's right. So let's see what gets rolled.
All right. Gathering dice. Here comes our tray.
Yep.
Into the Gazanti. He needs an accuracy bad.
Yep.
Oh, we're checking again.
Checking again, just in case.
Oh, he wants to check that Recusant shot, I guess.
Okay.
All right, here we go.
Okay. Oh, that's well, the red
Nope.
the red streak of having accuracies is gone.
B-trade.
Yep, but that's I'm guessing that's going to be a scatter there, right? I mean, there's
I would
nothing for
assume
it.
so. He's going to intel officer the scatter.
Of course he is. Veteran gunners.
Vet gunner re-roll.
Re-rolling everything. All right. And yeah, he definitely intel the scatter because after the first pool.
Yep. That's all right. Intel scatter, vet gunners.
Here we go.
Confirmed. Accuracy.
And an accuracy.
Block
Block that evade. So that's one.
On
that's
the
one.
shields.
Yep.
Unavoidable.
Yep, unavoidable. Oh, wait. Does he have? Oh, he's going to block the scatter. Okay. Because he could have used it and thrown it. Okay.
Wow.
This is still tactics to the very end.
Yep. Switch back. There we go. Sorry.
Nope. Let's see.
All right. He's taking that slide shot now.
Yeah.
This is
Okay.
at the Recusant.
Yep,
Or
3.
is that Recusant?
I'm
No,
guessing.
this is his
I'm
side
guessing the
shot
side shot on the
into
same.
Exanti.
Scattered it. Yep.
Scatter.
Scattered to nothing. All right. Now let's see this move. This is what I'm interested in seeing. I'm interested to see
Which way is he gonna go?
how he's gonna. Oh,
he's
interesting.
going for that Recusant.
Okay.
Now, so this Gazanti has a blue dice hit on this Onager on the front, and the Heart Cell has a Martuk 3 red die into the front. I mean, potentially, that Martuk could roll 6 damage into it.
With so little shields remaining.
Yep.
And Martuk can't be counted out, especially those hard cells can throw some red dice.
They can. They can.
So
They're
it
devastating
could
in the right
swing
spot.
into a crit, and swing it.
Pull a structural.
Yeah,
Put 4 damage on it.
And then Onager is pointed right at a rock. So unless he turns hard one way or the other, I'm guessing he would turn into the hard cell.
He's
unless
probably
he's
trying
really
to land on
damaged.
that station again.
Yep. But if you look also where that Onager is, what's right to the upper left of that front arc, that hammerhead arc, planetary ion cannon token.
There is
so
another
he's gonna,
planetary ion cannon.
So he's gonna get a no shield zone and have 4 blue dice at the beginning of the next round. It's gonna be a bad day for that Onager.
Yeah, that is correct. There's
Or for that
2 damage on that Recusant.
Yeah.
2 damage
So
cards.
if he moves into it, that ion cannon could be
Could
there,
be
or
3,
he could use
actually.
it on the flotilla.
2 damage cards. 2 damage cards on the wreck. He's gonna ram it to do his move.
Yep. There's a question in the chat about how many damage cards are on that final Recusant. And
2. Confirmed 2.
Okay, confirmed 2.
Is he gonna hit that asteroid? So he's rammed and
really
hit an asteroid. He can take a damage and an asteroid.
Yep.
This Onager hasn't suffered
All right,
any damage.
it's going to be a
though.
face up.
Not a big deal.
Let's see what happens.
So he's getting a face down
What is it?
and a face up.
Yeah, what is it?
We should pull that one first.
What's the crit?
We're gonna find out here.
We're going to find out here in a minute. Targeter disruptor. Oh, man. Okay.
Wow.
No accuracies anymore, right?
Yep.
Oh, no
Can't
accuracies.
Spin accuracy
Yep.
dice.
That's
Can't spin accuracies.
That's not wonderful. But you know what? To make that turn, we know what ship he needs to go first with. And that's the damaged Recce.
Oh wait, no. Targeting disruptors, you cannot resolve critical effects.
Oh, resolve. Okay.
Cannot
Yeah.
resolve critical effects. Our apologies. No, not
So
projectors.
sorry. My bad.
Targeter disruptor, no critical effects.
That's right. My mistake.
Sea-Rock Confire, here we go.
Oh, okay.
Dice time.
Dice time.
That's the one.
All right, there's the one. There's
Martuk. Confire in.
Yep. Accuracy. All right.
No Martuk dice.
This is the Gozer, I think, right? Shooting. And that was the Confire in.
Side to side shot now.
Step, side to side. There's a crit.
Critical hit.
Martuk.
Nothing. There's the Martuk. You remember
Okay.
this time.
Yep.
I think you forgot last time.
Yep.
Taking seal damage.
Yep. Say thank you very much. And is
Salvo back.
Salvo back.
2
Oh.
damage.
He's going to try to make him use that scatter.
Evade, right?
Oh.
He's got the evade left.
Yeah.
Cancel 1.
If he. Yeah.
Evade. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, he's gonna have him reroll. We're at close. Or
Okay.
medium.
Oh, 2.
2 damage.
He's going to have to.
Taking it.
He's taking it.
2 damage on
Whoa.
the Sea-Rock.
Okay. I don't know if that. How fast is he going?
I think he's at
He's-
speed 2.
He's not going to reach the station.
I don't think he can let that
'cause-
Onager's
well-
got it blocked.
Well, if he does speed 2, he's going to ram the Onager
Yep.
and die. So he's got to go speed 1, and I don't think he's going to hit the station.
He's going to speed 1.
Oh, he's going. Okay,
He
yeah,
must
that
have a
makes sense.
token.
Yep.
Either way, that Sea-Rock's in terrible trouble now.
Yes.
And all we have left now is Martuk's Hard Cell.
That's right.
Unless that went earlier in the round. This has been a long round 3.
It sure has. All right, Confire Hard
on
Cell.
Martuk. Here we go.
Yep, kind of figured that was going on. Let's see what he rolls in.
All right. Munition supply
Okay.
for that reroll token.
Yep.
All All right, he's going to gather some dice here.
Yep, sure is. All right, he's
Front to front. Now there is no shield, so he doesn't get a Martuk dice here.
I think it's no shields. That's right. He doesn't get the shield right, and he would have to subtract a die if there was no shields on that ship.
Oh man, the dice are betraying him right now.
Yep.
This is his re-roll. There's 2
Oh,
damage.
2 crits. Okay, 2 crits. And there's no shield there, so let's see what he does.
2 damage. Not what he was looking for.
Right.
Spent
brace redirect.
So there's no shields on the left, so he's got 1 on the rear. No defense tokens are gone.
All the
defense tokens are gone on that Onager.
Okay. That could be dangerous. No defense tokens, and as first player.
All right, so now we're doing our Squadron's attacks.
Oh, Squadron, okay.
Nothing.
Accuracy, yep. One more.
And there's 5 damage on that Onager. Everyone keep track.
All right.
Looks like those are shooting at the Gazanti. Or no. Sorry,
no,
that must have been
going right to the Recce.
And the Recce's must have been Valen, it looks like, over there. Valen Rudar.
Well, Tell's the only rogue. So those other squadrons are just sitting there, and there might be an attack to be made on the Gazanti.
Yeah, there's Sienna Ray, I think, is there.
That's right.
So they're checking
range.
range.
So they're checking some ranges here. Now, I believe that Recusant has a double arc on that Onager, which has 5 cards on it, if I'm not mistaken.
It's
and
hard
no
to tell
shield.
from this angle.
And I don't think there's shields on that side, but he has no defense tokens.
No defense tokens. There's no shields left at all, I believe.
Okay.
Which means you have to cancel a die. There might be a shield in the rear.
Okay.
There might be.
If there's a shield in the rear, then that would play into the Recce's benefit, so he didn't have to remove a die. All right.
That's a whiff.
Yep.
All right, Squadron's failed him this time.
Yep. Beginning of the round, some, I think, doing some careful measuring here.
What's left here? All right, he's moving the Lamba.
Yep.
Strategic.
Oh, strategic to move.
Lamba to move the planetary ion
what
cannon.
a great move.
Didn't even consider
What a
it.
great move.
Yep, strategic. Wow.
That was clutch Lambda play right there.
Wow.
Good old Jendon.
Definitely in range 3.
Yes.
That is some big time play.
That's some flexibility you don't normally think about.
He forgot to remove Martuk. He's letting him do it.
But you know what? He
have to do it.
Has to do it. Yep. We've had
ships.
that actually ruling from the judges in game 1. Even though they got no benefit from the dial or anything of the nature, the ships must move according to the rule.
No question. Incredible.
Yep.
So that is the end of round 3.
Yep.
Wow.
Going into 4. Amazing. I just have to give a shout out to Garrett because I can't imagine having to do all of the engineering as well. So Garrett is. This is 5?
This is round 4.
We're right. We're starting round 4.
Yeah, this is round 4. We did round 4. Yeah.
Yep.
My engineering.
Ken just came into the booth and was saying, "Hey guys, it's round 4. It might be nice to change the counter." And Garrett has already on it. He is.
I excel at the simple things. All right. Look how many we're up to 130 viewers right now, which is awesome.
That's great. All right. So we're gonna see what is a haps here. Dials are being set.
Here we go. Sorry.
All right. And I think we're rolling something. We're rolling some.
Here we go.
Some damage in here.
here.
And what was attacking?
Planetary ion cannon.
Planetary ion, and this may do it. Look at that roll.
3 damage. He's pulling damage cards right now.
And the first one's face up.
Critical.
Depowered armament. Oh man. So there's no good crit in the deck.
4, 5, 6 damage.
6 damage.
Yep,
6 damage.
6 damage on it right now.
All right. You know, I'm gonna turn over my mic to Ken because we have a very special guest in the studio. So Ken, here you are.
All right, I'm gonna go back to the field here. Check in.
Hello everyone, Ken back here. And as we have been enjoying different things that we have talked about on stream, we've had the opportunity to talk to a couple different guests. And right now I have Dennis, who is one of our TOs, here in the booth with me. We are keeping our eyes on the action because there's a lot going on.
Yeah,
this
there
game's
is.
coming down to a wire here, but lot of good action. Dennis, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. My feet surprisingly don't hurt as much as I thought they would, but which is good, obviously. But aside from that, it's great. The whole thing is great. So
now you've been on your feet, like you said, all of yesterday,
most of yesterday,
today, and have you had any interesting judge calls, or has it been mostly line of sight? And
a lot of it was line of sight. In fact, most of your calls as a judge are always going to be line of sight. There were a couple weird rules. My brain is so fried that I can't remember any of them, at least not from yesterday. From today, there was a weird one with a salvo that, as it turns out, you use the line of sight and range check from the attack, the previous attack for salvo, which when you're a ship attacking a salvoing a squadron means that you use the closest point to closest point, not the yellow dot to the squadron, which can change what happens.
We've got a confire revealed on Martuk. We're going to make some shots here. Right out of the dice tray. It comes in. That's a single hit. And here's the confire. Second hit. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you're fine.
We might as well have these conversations while we're doing it. And you can see this is just kind of fun to go through and have a connection. And that crit is a structural damage. 3 hits on the Onager.
Is that on the on the Onager?
This might do some serious damage to the Onager here. There's another hit.
So I was watching the stream at the table before I had it over, and I noticed something rolled 2 red blanks. What was that?
I'm trying to remember. I think that was one of the. I'd have to go back and take a look.
That's fine. That's fine.
The amount of rolls and everything happening, and the games are starting to merge together.
Yeah, it's almost like it's a dice game or something.
Yeah, really. You know, it's well, we don't use dice here. No, to be fair, actually, that's one of the things that we've talked about a couple times here with Star Wars Armada. What's great about Armada is that the randomness in the dice comes in the attack, but the strategic component is how you're defending against it with your defense tokens.
Yeah, and that's one of the things I like so much about the game is that it doesn't have defense dice. And defense tokens are just such an interesting way to do defense.
Most definitely. So now, overall, I know you've been judging and whatnot. Have you had an opportunity to enjoy any part of the con that's going on?
Well,
you're good. We're good.
Is everything all right? Okay. Well, funny enough,
we've got accuracy, 2 hits. One of those is definitely a crit. Let's actually take a closer look at what we've got in there. That's going to be a powerful punch here. This is, I believe, the salvo. Making some decisions here on what we're going to wind up blocking against. There's not a lot left in terms of,
there's not.
of ships on Golvan's side. But you were saying, sorry.
Yeah,
this is what's going to happen as we're playing live.
It's totally fine. So honestly, I enjoy judging. So I've enjoyed the con in that doing my job is fun. So from that aspect, I guess it's fine. But to directly answer your question, I haven't really had a time to go out and see the rest of the con. I think I saw a little bit when I went to go get food. We'll probably have a bit more time later in the event tomorrow, next day, to go out and see more stuff. But it's kind of all hands on deck today.
No, most definitely. Well, we have, how many players do we have?
It is, I think it's 82. I know that it was 80 to sign up. We didn't, or no, those 2 people did show up. So it's either 80 or 82. I can't remember exactly. A lot of people, you know.
A lot.
It's not an insignificant number of people. You know what? I'm going to step off the stream real quick because there's a judge call on the main, on that I got to go do it.
You go for it, Dennis. That was Dennis, one of our judges. Thanks again to Dennis and all of our TOs for helping out with the Armada tournament. There's a lot of calling. There was like 3 judge calls all at once, so Dennis had to jump off real quick. And Adrian is back in the booth with me.
So let me just say that what you're seeing on the screen now is the epic I'm trying to get away. That Onager has 9 cards on it and is trying to get out of the way, and all that extra damage was done with the Gozer. No shields, no defense tokens. That Gozer really did its job. I think after we see this Onager move, then you're going to see, I mean, there's a shot on the Recce. We've got Martuk that could take out this other Onager. I think that we're going to see the Recce go and one of the Onagers go. It's down to the wire as far as what points are going to be had by these folks. I'm going to turn it back over to Dennis now that he is done in his official capacity making an important ruling on one of the matches going on.
Yeah,
Dennis,
the job never stops.
I was going to say, it was absolutely hysterical to me because it sounded like there was 6 people yelling for judge all of a sudden.
Yeah.
And I'm sure what
like
you have is kind of like what a standard Armada game winds up doing, where you have all this nothing going on, everyone's happy and peaceful.
And it all happens at once.
Yeah, you've got 6 judge calls at once.
I had a customer service job, and it was like that. It would be like hours and hours of nothing, and then like 10 people would show up all at once, and then it would be the rest of the day was empty. So thankfully that one wasn't too hard. It's just a range check. So anyway, let's get back to this game, I think.
So when we're looking at this game, we've got this Onager here that is no defense tokens. We're on a handful of hull left. That's the front one. Yeah. And, you know, Jason has been doing an outstanding job, and what he's trying to do now is make sure that he can successfully get himself positioned in such a way where he is not going to give Galvin an opportunity to really make a good shot to take it out. Because
that's going to be difficult because, I mean, the Requisite has the red, and then the hard sell, either version will be able to shoot it probably.
Right.
So that's going to be really difficult for him.
I have to say, as Adrian was mentioning earlier, there was a Gazanti that seriously could and did so much damage with crits on this guy to just take care of everything. And I think it's important to note we are still in round 4 here. So there's a lot of Armada action in this game to go. So I suspect we are going to potentially see one of these Onagers get taken out. But Jason is definitely going to do what he can to keep it on the table. But you also have an asteroid field in front of him, and the last thing you need to do is pull structural.
Crit, yeah. And I did notice, I think it was last round where the Onager behind it moved.
Yep.
It looked like it bumped it to get the double inside turn, and that was a really cute move, but it's now down a health, and he probably is wishing he hadn't done that at this point.
Possibly, but by the same token, look at the potential retribution you can have here.
Yeah, if he kills the Requisite, then
it might
makes
be a
up for it.
Trade-off.
Because he's already killed 2 of them, right?
He's killed 2 of the 3. That is correct. But if you're going to lose roughly 140 point Onager and only gain back about another 100, you're still losing.
Yeah, that's still not a fair trade.
So you're trading down, not up.
And I mean, in fact, you could even say that if the Onager dies, he has to kill it to. I mean, he might still win, but
to balance out.
To get the good score. But it doesn't seem like he's been struggling doing that so far. But still, he probably won't get another shot at it anyway.
Probably not. Yeah, moving a couple squadrons out of the way. Let's see where he sits. Does he avoid that? It looks like he's fine not hitting the asteroid. Lands on the station, taking 1 of the damage off.
That was
8 damage on that Onager right now, and I believe Onagers take 10, correct?
That sounds right, yeah. I think that was probably his best move. There was no way that he could have gotten out of the arcs, and he just was like gonna take the health. I think that was the smart play.
No, definitely agree. I believe this is our engine techs.
Oh, he has engine techs. Okay, that makes sense. Probably can't hit the station again, but
no. But hopefully he's avoiding. Yep, we're clear. We've avoided the asteroid field here. Engine techs used with some skill, and now we've got that thrown out close range.
Well, you know, hard cells are all about their close range, so.
Equally true. Getting some measurements here. This is going to prove to be very interesting to see exactly what the next shot is here. But both of a lot of these ships are really kind of running down on available hull points.
Rather important roll.
Okay, Martuk's making his first shot into the Onager. Looks like 3 hits, and there goes the Onager.
There it is, yeah. that was probably a foregone conclusion, to be honest, assuming the Reds behaved, which they did.
In this case, yes, they most
and
definitely.
yes, they did. Yeah, the made up for it the last roll that they had to do. So, like I was saying, at this point, I think he has to kill the requisite to get a better score. I still think he's winning, but I haven't done the math on it yet. So
we're already running it probably in the vicinity of about 200 some odd points. So Nav on the other Onager. Rolling up some dice here. Let's get a close shot to see exactly what we're throwing in here. Look at all of that.
I've been noticing that he's been rolling a lot of red accuracies.
His red dice, accuracies specific, have been outstanding. And it looks like he veteran gunnered the entire line. No.
Can we get a judge ruling on how to pronounce Onager? I think it's Onager for the record.
So what happens now that I'm the one sitting there saying something? Do I get a violation?
Yes, you get a warning. And if I don't remember how the warning system works. If you want to know the truth, we've never had to use it. So.
And in the chat, Onager or Onager.
I don't think that's
Onager.
That's it.
Whatever.
Whatever.
Nay. I'm going to say Onager.
Yeah. Either or is fine. I always say it Onager, but
Onager is another one.
Yeah.
Onager. How about big ship with heavy laser?
I would say it's a made-up word, but it's not.
It's not. It's actually ancient times.
It's Onager, not Onager.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Well, we appreciate the corrections here. I'm also going to say Tico instead of Tycho. So,
sure.
Have fun, guys.
Yeah, whatever. Like I said, I'll give you a citation for it, so it's all right.
Now, we can't talk about death from above because that is a term used in a different game that uses hexes. Looks like that requisite was taken off the table.
Making jokes, and we missed the moment when the requisite died. So.
Yeah. Well, we are having quite a bit of fun here in the booth, and again, as I was saying, here's the tell shot. That's a single hit. This is going into the hard sell. And then we're moving forward. That looks like that's probably, is that Valen or Sienna? That's Sienna being moved. Looking at what we're going to do here for round 5. But as I was going to say, again, thanks so much to you and the other TOs, because I've got a lot of comments where everyone here, all the players, are saying they're doing an outstanding job and they're enjoying the play, and a lot of that comes down to the TOs, because you guys are the ones not necessarily here to just make sure that the game is being done correctly and following the rules, but to make sure that all the players are engaged. We've got good sportsmanship and everything else. So hats off, because it's a tough job, especially when there's only 3 of you, especially 6. So we are getting closer here.
I really appreciate you saying so, Ken. I mean, it's a job, but it's also something I really enjoy, as I've said. So primarily I'm here to keep the players happy, and I'm glad that seems to be happening. So
it most definitely does, and we are very grateful to all of you guys, and thank you for everything you've done for us here in the booth.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
And with the stream table, because it allows us to be able to do quite a bit as well.
Well, like I said, thank you for saying so. I really do appreciate it.
Well, you guys are the unsung heroes of running an event.
Hey, well, all right. Well,
all right. Have I
go that far?
Have I piled it up enough?
Yeah, yeah. you can those citations. I'll take them off now if you want.
All right. It looks as though we are ready to move into the next round. Or are we just making a decision here? No, we haven't moved to the next round. Nav on Mart, is that, yeah, Nav on Martuk. Are we in round 5? We're in round 5?
Yeah, it seems like we moved on to round 5.
Yeah, we are in round 5. So we're having so much fun again here in the booth talking with the TOs. We're in 6?
Oh, well.
I knew that. We're going to change this and make it round 6.
Sure. Hey, I mean, the round, if I have the clock right
Couple
here.
quick rolls.
We only have 22 minutes left, so.
Think they'll be fine.
Yeah, I think they'll be fine. But, well, it would make sense for it to be round 6 at this point, so.
Brace, redirect, and salvo being used here
I think that
on
makes
the Onager.
I think that makes total sense. I don't think that the Onager is going to get to shoot at the hard sell after it moves, so.
Yep, there's
with
just
with
one
the
hit.
big gun.
Making a couple decisions here. What we want to do with dice. There is some dice manipulation that Jason does have. This is being redirected to the side. So we're going to keep this hard sell along as long as we can. Try and sneak around. That's a good question. Do we cut to the top 20 at the end of today? And I believe the answer is yes.
It's actually top 26.
So we've moved to top 26.
Yes, that's correct. We had the 20 was determined based on the old number. Derek pulled people out of the woodwork, and so we had more players. Like I said, we had 82 signups, including Last Chance. So we decided that we could pull more players from day 1 to day 2. So.
God, well, that is outstanding. That'll bring tomorrow. There'll be a little bit more action.
A little
and then
bit,
more
yeah,
opportunities for players today to get into.
Yes, exactly.
The next round.
And
and then 26 to 8.
It is
still
still
a
8.
big
It's
cut.
still 8. Yes, but that hasn't changed. And yes, that is still a pretty big cut. Derek was talking about how the proportions are the same, and then we did the math, and they were not. But whatever.
Nope, definitely that is correct. We got a big tournament, bigger dice pools. Today we are not rolling. We're not getting more damage than dice thrown. We were getting that a lot yesterday. But when you're dealing with superstar destroyers and everything else, that tends to happen.
Yeah. And I noticed. I mean, obviously the yesterday, day 1, round 1, the SSD being there was that was what the computer decided to be on first. But the fact that it on round 3 was on first, genuinely SSD on top table.
Yeah.
That was really surprising to me, actually. I was actually, I'll even say this, surprised as to how well SSDs performed at all. So
Nav command on the Onager here, and we're going to make a shot into the front of the hard cell. That looks to be 2 hits and an accuracy, I believe. Yes.
Yes.
Here is that Ramadi die.
And it's
Or
a
is that a
crit.
Confire? There another crit.
Well, it's another red dice from something.
Oh, no, that would be an obstructed shot, so that would be the Ramadi.
Right. Yeah. Yep.
Decisions being made here on what we are going to change in terms of, or use in terms of defense tokens. Golvin taking his time. There's been a lot of real deep thought here in terms of making sure what everyone wants to use, how they're positioning and everything else, and we still have a little bit of time left. So in this case, brace and evade. Our green redirect is already exhausted. So definitely some tough decisions that have to be made here, because you need to want to make sure that you can survive all the attacks from the squadrons.
Yeah.
Granted, that's just blue dice, but still, nonetheless,
You don't
want
want
to
to take
make sure
you don't
you
want to
don't
take
take
that
that chance.
Exactly.
Vade's gone, re-rolling 2 dice, and I think we're still here at 4. Looks like we got our crit. We're going to get a report from the court side here in just a second. Damaged controls is our crit. And what we're going to see here, damage controls, when you overlap a ship or obstacle, deal 1 face-down damage in addition to the one you take. That can be potentially devastating here.
Well, that said, it is round 6, so.
True.
Assuming that it is actually round 6, then it doesn't matter, but.
Got a good group gathering here, watching the top table here. About 10 people. We're waiting for them to start bringing chairs, and we get stadium seating. I don't think that's going to happen.
It's not. Me and Derek were talking about it. the convention center is like out of chairs. There are no more chairs left. We can't find any more. So I'm surprised y'all got 3. So
we may have stolen one, but we're not going to say that to too many people. No,
yeah,
we were asked very politely, and they were very accommodating. That's AdeptiCon and the hotel to get us a 3rd chair.
Yeah, because I think these cushier chairs are from the hotel. I think the plastic ones are the actual cons chairs. Yeah.
No, the hotel's been very generous for all of the AdeptiCon.
Anyway.
Still making these decisions here. Get an alternative view. You could see that there's a lot of space available here. A lot of ships that are gone. I love the chat. The chat's fun. Here we go. What are we thinking? Are we going to make this move?
I think he's just trying to not hit the rock.
I think we avoided it. Looks like from my vantage point we did. No, we hit it.
Yeah, well, he got the card.
Ruptured engine. Oh, yeah,
okay.
So this is round 5.
Okay.
I thought this was round 5.
Yeah, I was about to say they're playing like it's round 5. So, well, that means 2 things. First of all, that hard cell is going to have not a fun time on the station.
Nope. So these are shots from the squadrons.
First one just looked like an accuracy, I think.
Like an accuracy. There's a hit.
There's a hit.
I'm going to go ahead and zoom in on this so we can see what we have. 1 hull left on the hard cell. Dennis, here comes Intel. Dennis, you may wind up closing the game out with me here.
Yeah, I might very well.
So stick around. There's still tons of action to come. And here's there's another hit.
Yep.
We've got the handshake.
Shook.
The game is over. So we will be tabulating out the scores here for you. And as soon as we get them, we will report them back to you live. So as soon as that happens, either Garrett or Adrian will join me back up in the booth, and we'll go through the final score. But I want to say, Dennis, thank you so much for not only going through all of round 5 with me and helping comment on the action, but again, thank you so much for all the hard work that you are doing here, along with Simon and Stu and Derek.
Yeah, of course. There will be more hard work, and I'll probably be on the stream at some other point too, I'm sure. But
very likely. Definitely, we're allowing all the judges to stop on by. Sometimes you guys need a break and need to sit down too.
That's true.
So.
That might be what this is, honestly. I just wanted to sit down. For those of you who have never been to the Schaumburg Convention Center, it's polished concrete as the floor. And obviously the convention is nice, but polished concrete is not something you want to stand on for a while. You need to sit down every once in a while for the sake of your feet. So so thank you for letting me sit down. That's,
you're quite welcome, and hopefully you're hearing good news from the players about what we're doing stream-wise. I know I'm hearing a lot of good things from players.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything bad. So and I've heard a few good things. So I think y'all are doing a great job, and you should keep it up. Much. So, and it looks like they're figuring it out. So now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that the Separatist player was tabled, so he should get 400 for that.
It'll be 400.
Yeah. I guess
since we are playing Planetary Ion Cannon, I believe there are no.
That is correct. Yeah. Planetary Ion does not have any score. Yeah. So
it's pretty much just a matter of what the margin of victory is.
Yep.
So we will switch back to that as soon as we have that. Which will be just a moment. I think we're still waiting to get a Republic fleet on the channel. Hopefully that'll happen sometime soon, but it's a matter of what the matchups come up.
Yeah, I can't remember if there's a Republic high on the chart. I'm sure there is, but looks like the highest Republic is Chris Fritz at number 7. Oh no. Oh no, wait, that's Empire. Sorry, or is it?
Yeah, that's Empire.
Okay. No, that's yeah, that is.
Yeah.
Oh well, then number 2 is.
Yeah, so there are a couple.
Yeah.
So we might see one.
Yeah, you might very well see one. So.
It looks like our courtside reporters are coming up with the scores. Give us just another minute. Totaling out what we have. We'll see which one of them actually decides to join us. Give us just a second, folks. Both players have decided that after such a hefty battle, they needed to give themselves an opportunity to take a little break. So we'll see them back in just a minute.
Yeah, it did seem like, from what I caught from the stream before I came on and watching now, it seems like it was kind of rough. A lot of decisions.
Definitely mentally exhausted.
Yes, yeah. All right. Well,
all right, here we go. So, Dennis, again, thank you very much for joining us.
Happy to do it.
And we've got Adrian coming back in. He is going to talk to us about the final score here.
I actually don't know. Oh, yeah, I don't. No worries. All right.
All right,
Back in the
Adrian,
studio.
you
Hello,
are back
hello.
in the studio, back in the booth.
All right.
What did we find out about the scores here for this incredibly intense game?
We found out that there was a lot of carnage out on the table, but by our unofficial calculation, the MOV seems to be 215.
Okay.
So obviously it came down to the very end. The CIS player was, from Hell's Heart, I spit it the Wrath of Khan style, throwing the dice, trying to make it happen, hoping he ran over the asteroids to eke out a
little bit of a victory
totaling
there.
him. Yep, but didn't work out that way.
No.
But respect the aggression. So 400 points to Jason. And Golvin
185 for Golvin?
managed to kill 185. So
taking that Onager down was a big step.
it was
towards
key.
doing that.
It seemed to be with no shields and no defense tokens. You could see he was going for it. It was kind of a foregone conclusion from Garrett and my position out there. But man, these guys both flew great. I
Yes,
mean,
they did.
And from making a silk's purse out of a sow's ear, Golvin really was staring down 2 super weapons, getting his Patriot Fist evaporated, all this stuff. And he still managed to, eke out some damage. Killed one of the Onagers. So, I mean, that's like, you can't count him out. There's always going to be a counter punch. There's always going to be some surprise, and all the dice in this one.
The dice rolls were incredible. That Gazanti, I talk about the amount of damage output that did at the end of the game to really do quite a bit there in terms of taking down the Onager.
Yeah, I think it was, once that Onager had no tokens and no shields, and then the Gazanti dialed up the Confire, rolled into it. That's exactly what was needed to get it closer. And then I think, in my opinion, MVP might have been the generic Lambda.
Yep. Shrewdly
moving that token from Planetary Ion Cannon down to get that other Recusant. I mean, that's some great moving. That's some great
No.
movement, and
Definitely.
let that Planetary Cannon work for you. Oh, you didn't go where I placed initially? No problem. I've got a Lambda that'll put it in there,
Right.
and you can eat 4 blue dice.
So scores are being updated. We'll make sure that we talk about those at the beginning of our next stream. It's worth noting that we are running a little bit behind the intended schedule. However, we do know that we are going to try and get back on our normal schedule here, which I believe the next round will start at about 2:45.
I believe that's correct. That was what the schedule was being bandied about out there, was that 2:45 start. They were asking the players to be back just a little bit early to set up and get ready to roll. So I'm guessing that the next round should be in the system around 2:40ish.
Yeah, that'd be my guess as well. So we definitely look to see you guys all join us there. Now this stream will end and we will start a new stream. That one will come up probably about 5 minutes or so before we get started. As soon as we know who we're getting paired with, that's about the best time for us to go ahead and start up the stream. We might start a little bit earlier if there's an opportunity for us to talk about tournament points and who is planted where. However, until then, I want to say on behalf of the entire Ion Radio crew, including Adrian and Garrett, and then of course good luck to Ryan and John who are in the tournament. You've been listening to Ion Radio's coverage of the 2023 Star Wars Armada World Championships Day 1 here at AdeptiCon. So long from Schaumburg and the Renaissance Hotel and Convention Center. I'm Ken, and you've been watching Ion Radio.